Good evening, everybody. Want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I want to call a regular scheduled monthly Bladen County Board of Education meeting to order. Before we get started with the invocation with Mr. Thomas, we've had some passing away of 3 educators over the last few days. Dr. Heavenridge passed away on Saturday. Miss Brenda Storms passed away on Saturday, and then Miss Brenda Hailstorm, who was a teacher's assistant with Miss Bethea, I think a few years ago, she passed away this past week. So we want to remember those folks in the prayers and their families at this time. And at this time, I'll ask Mr. Thomas if he'll give the invocation, please.
Father God, we thank you for this day of new grace and new mercy. Oh, Father, we pray that you'll be with us as we come together, oh God, to make decisions that are sound and wise. Oh, Father, to lead our district forward. God, we pray that you would, oh God, allow us to be with one accord as if on the day of Pentecost. Oh, Father, that you would rest, rule, and abide. God, we even ask that you would look on the families that are going through a period of bereavement. God, help them to understand that there is no sorrow in the earthly realm that heaven cannot heal. Oh, God, I pray that you would encourage their hearts, that you would look at our students, that you would encourage them, build them up. Oh, Father, allow them to experience you in a greater way, that they be successful in academia, oh, Father, that they transition into the world of works. God, that you would give us guidance because you declared that the steps of a righteous man are ordered by God. We still believe you in spite of what we see. Oh, God, when we can't trace your hand, we can trace your word, oh, Father, when you said that we're more than conquerors. God, we thank you, we praise you, and we believe you for a season of greater for Bladen County Schools. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. At this time, pledge allegiance, Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, board members. This time we have students from Dublin Primary School who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Adeline Brisson, Kevin Russell, Kingston Russell, and Elias Everett.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, can we get a motion on the floor to adopt tonight's agenda? We got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Can I get a motion on the floor for the approval of the consent agenda? I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Dr. Atkinson, spotlights and recognitions.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, and board members. First up tonight, we'll be recognizing our students and employees of the month. Ms. Priscilla Brayboy will assist them with that. We'll also be recognizing some of our athletic teams. Coach Patty Evers, our county AD, will be calling those names for us. And then we have some art students we'll be recognizing tonight. Ms. Stephanie Norris will be assisting with that. So we'll begin with the students and employees of the month.
Good evening, everyone. Each month, Bladen County Schools recognizes students and employees who exemplify what it means to be learners and leaders in our district. Our Students of the Month demonstrates kindness, responsibility, academic effort, and commitment to growth. modeling Leader in Me habits that make their schools better places to learn. Our Employees of the Month show outstanding professionalism, teamwork, and care, leading with heart, whether in the classroom, on a bus, in the cafeteria, or behind the scenes. Tonight we celebrate our March honorees for the positive impact they make every day. Bladen Lakes Primary, Kinsley Register, and Josiah Hoffman. Our Employees of the Month, Ollie Moxby and Misty Thompson. Bladenboro Primary School, Students of the Month, Heaven Highsmith and Jackson Davis. Our Employees of the Month, Ashley Benton Davis and Autumn Johnson. Dublin Primary School, Students of the Month, Adlin Brisson and Elias Everett. Our Employees of the Month, Ashley Vernon and Jessica McAllister. East Arcadia School, Students of the Month, Hayden McDaniel and Destiny Long. Our Employees, Tracy Swabacher and Wanda Daniels. Elizabethtown Primary School, Students of the Month, Darren Burney and Kennedy Souls. Our Employees of the Month, Annette Lopez and Jacqueline Watson. Tar Heel School. Our Students of the Month is Mia Garcia and Carlos Flores. Our Employees of the Month, Angie Pate and Officer Hernandez. Bladenboro Middle School, Students of the Month, Mary Scott Walters and Alana Campbell. Our Employees of the Month, Jonathan Lewis and Nancy Gibson. Clarkton School of Discovery, Students of the Month, David Vasquez and Saber Cox. Our Employees of the Month, Megan Melvin and Darnisha Wright. Elizabethtown Middle School, Students of the Month, Joseph Price and Ava Fields. our Employees of the Month, Bella Rogers and Jane Sykes. For Bladen Early College, we have Katie Strickland and David Resendez. Our Employee of the Month is Lauren Young. They're on spring break. East Bladen High School, Students of the Month, Jordan Robinson and Sanaya Singletary. Employees of the Month, Stephanie Hester and Teffrey McCoy.
Start smelling crystal.
West Bladen High School, Tyleek McCall and Jalen Russ are our Students of the Month. Our Employees of the Month, Salvador Garcia and Natasha Cromartie. And one of our Students of the Month from Clarkton, David Vasquez. These are our March honorees. Let's give all of our March honorees a round of applause. Congratulations.
Now we will recognize our Blainboro Middle School Boys Basketball Waccamaw Conference Basketball Champions. Zion Ellison, Braden Freeman, Javion Johnson, Braylon Melvin, Avion Murphy, Cash Purdy, Jaden Ruffin, Keithan Russ, Jamari Shaw, Aaron Guyton, Tyler Thurman, Easton Singletary, and Coach Joseph Gore.
Okay. He got his thing upside down.
You ready? And now we have Blainboro Middle School girls basketball team, Waccamaw Conference basketball champions. We have Zamani Mason, Aubrey McKeithen, and Liz Miller. East Bladen High School men's varsity basketball team, the Carolina Conference tournament champions. Khalil McCoy, John Monroe, Jaden Lewis, Landon Scott, Tucker Smith, Connor Hill, Benjamin Lent, Deshaun Campbell, and Coach A. King Elting.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we proudly recognize our incredibly talented art students from East and West Bladen who had their artwork selected to be part of the From Mountains to Seas Rising Stars exhibit at the Cameron Art Museum in Wilmington. So if you're ever down in that area, please stop by and see it and support our students. Here tonight with us from West Bladen High School are Aveline Birkenheimer, Abigail Darling, Olivia Meggs, and Calvin Sinclair. Also from West Bladen, Everly Nance. From East Bladen, Haley Bennett, Lanisa Escobar Perez, and Annette Hernandez Cruz.
Chairman, Secretary, Board members, that concludes our spotlights and recognitions for this evening.
Yes, sir. Citizen participation, we don't have anybody tonight, so we'll move on to information item 8.1, audit update. Mr. Adam Scepurek.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Adam Scepurek. I'm a partner with Anderson Smith Wike. Appreciate you approving on the consent agenda for us to be your auditors again this year, because luckily we were on site last week performing our interim procedures, which is centers around compliance work, looking at your state and federal funds, making sure they're being spent in accordance with those programs, and also looking at your control structures. As part of this year's audit, we are doing a little bit of extra work since you're switching finance officers this year. And so tonight I'm just here to kind of give you an update of what we've done above and beyond our normal audit procedures. As you know, every year you get a financial audit. Last year, as of June 30, 2025, a clean, unmodified opinion audit, no findings. But this year, for compliance, when we look at the invoices and payroll checks that we selected, we expanded our sample by about 50% above and beyond what's required for testing, again, of controls and compliance. We looked at your bank reconciliations through February 2026. Pulled your general ledger as of 12/31/2025, kind of the last date, last month end of your previous finance officer, and looked at where you stood in terms of your revenues and expenditures compared to last year. As of December 31, 2025, your local fund balance looked like you were going to use about $40,000 of fund balance. Now, that does not mean that's where you'll end up at the beginning of the year, but you're using the current allocation of funds received. I also looked at your state dollars. Your state usage was a little over 50% of what you received in last year's allotments. So using those state funds and those local funds, again, kind of as a ongoing basis, and looking at them, using them equally, not front-loading any expenditures on the state side or front-loading them on the local side. Again, where you end up, final usage of fund balance will be determined by how those last 2 months of the year shape out. Your allotments, if they expire on the state side, if you use them up before the June pay run, then those expenditures get moved over to local. So that usage of $40,000 of fund balance could easily become much more than that. But where you sit right now, on track to, again, looking at 50%, which would be the goal. We looked through all of your general ledger accounts on the balance sheet, noting no unusual items, no weird debits or credits that would require some extra reconciliation above and beyond the normal closeout process. As of June 30, 2025, you had a due to other governments of about $800,000, which was funds from the state still sitting in local cash. Cash, state and local, they interact, especially at year end. There's expenditures moved over from one fund back to the other in order to maximize allotments. And in the past year, or for the June 25 year, you actually had to manually transfer that cash as you moved expenditures over. The transfer of funds back to state just didn't happen before the end of the year. But before Susan left, she did transfer those funds from local cash into state cash, clearing that liability that you had on your books. So really, in my opinion, as of December 31, 2025, your general ledger looks clean and ready for somebody with experience to come in, take over, and be able to close out your year, propose any budget amendments that you need in those last 2 months, make sure you don't have any budget violations, but really on track to what we'd expect to see halfway through the year. So again, we're doing this as part of your year-end audit. We will come back after June 30 and do the financial statement audit, look at those same general ledger accounts as of June 30, 2026, confirm revenues, confirm expenditures where we can, get support for all of your balance sheet accounts, and conduct that audit as of June 30. But again, just wanted to come in, give a real quick look at what we could for December. We also pulled a sample of Susan's credit card statements, making sure that all those expenditures included invoices and that those credit card statements were reconciled by her assistant finance officer. Again, just some extra controls looking at that as of December 31, just to kind of give a clean bill of this looks in line, and again, your new finance officer should be able to pick up where she left off.
So when you talk about the credit card balances that were transferred, where's that line item on here?
The credit card balances that were transferred or the state funds that were transferred?
Well, both, state funds that were transferred and then the actual credit card amounts that were dealing with Ms.
So the 800,000 that was transferred was recognized in the 25 year as expenditures. It was made up of all kinds of expenditures, a lot of it being payroll-based. So those expenditures were expensed in the state funds and in the local funds the previous year. But there was a cash transfer that needed to happen, moving the cash associated with the expenses that were moved over to local. You basically you have an allotment of state funds. And once you exceed that allotment, and also truing up your general ledger to make sure that you're using all of the state allotments, there's often movement between state and local. And in the past, anytime you moved those funds from one expense code to another expense code, from the state expense codes to the local expense codes, DPI automatically moved that cash for you. But this year, you actually had to call the bank, initiate a wire transfer, and move those funds over. That just did not happen before June 30, 2025. So the expenses were booked.
Not to cut you off, that's
Yep.
the responsibility of the district or responsibility of DPI?
That's the responsibility of the district now.
Okay, and DPI has made that determination?
Yes, they changed the cash procedures around moving money, moving expenditures from one fund to the other that now involved actually initiating wire transfers rather than doing it automatically. And so there's no line item in the expenses for this year. What you would see is in the balance sheet where you hold your assets and you hold your liabilities, you had an $800,000 liability that was due to other governments. That was paid off and is zero now.
Due to other governments, can you elaborate on that?
Due to DPI. It was the state funds that you owed back to them because there were expenditures that you wrote the checks out of the state fund, but your allotments weren't going to cover them, so you had to move them over to local, and you had to send cash back to the state. And so that wire transfer was initiated after year end. Again, the expenses all are in the right year, but the movement of cash, it's no different than like a deposit in transit or an outstanding check. It was initiated after June 30, 2025. So you'll see in a liability code, there was an $800,000 balance that is zero now. And in your cash balance, you would have had $2 million, and now you have $1.2 million. Your
So-
balance sheet was inflated with too much cash that wasn't yours.
So of the money that the credit cards that were obtained and being used without the board's approval, might I add, has that stuff been reconciled?
So the credit card statements, my understanding is was a credit card long issued, used to
When you
pay-
say long issue, meaning that it was issued from the district?
Yeah, districts across the state have credit cards
Right.
in the name of finance personnel.
Very much aware.
So that you can, there are certain expenditures that they will not take checks, Amazon,
And they gotta
booking a
have
flight,
credit
booking
cards.
hotels, you gotta have a credit card.
That's business, I
Yep.
understand that. It is
And
what it is.
the credit card that was in Susan's name every month was reconciled, meaning the expenses on that credit card were matched to corresponding POs and invoices, and the assistant finance officer ticked and tied each expenditure as having a corresponding invoice.
So with that credit card, there was credit cards that were obtained through the district that were not approved from what we are being told by the superintendent. So what are the total amounts that were spent on those credit cards that were not properly obtained or authorized by the superintendent.
I don't know of any credit cards that weren't approved by the superintendent through the process of the normal credit cards, and there is a program called P cards, which is essentially a credit card that includes automatic drafts from cash to pay those cards off monthly, and are used basically that 3% credit card fee that the credit card company gets, they share it with you. So you get a kickback for using P cards to make purchases at vendors. I would liken the expenditures on the credit card to be approved in the normal PO process. So if I make a budget that includes a EC convention to another town that's going to cost us $3,000, I have budgeted that $3,000.
When you say us, help us
If
out.
if I was a finance officer and I knew that this $3,000 trip was in our budget because it was a planned event, it's a conference every year that's attended, and I've budgeted $3,000, I then determine the best way to pay for that. If I can write a check, sure, but there'll be vendors that won't take that check, so I have a credit card. I initiate that credit card activity, I recognize the expense that's been budgeted for, and pay off that credit card before month end so as not to incur interest.
Right, right. And again, that makes sense because some vendors will not take checks. I mean,
Yep.
we all know that there's an issue with that because they write the check, it's supposed to be like money, but it's not really like that.
There's this P card program is new to the state in the last 10 years, and there are districts that have incorporated it to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars of purchases so that they get tens of thousands of dollars of kickbacks. And it creates, in some cases, the need for almost a new position because somebody has to take 40 credit cards issued to various department heads, various departments, principals, and receive all those invoices every month, make sure that their invoices match the account codes, the expense code where the budgeted item was from. There are districts using millions of dollars a year in these P cards so that they can receive the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of kickback or fee to pay for the position of a person now having to reconcile those credit cards on a monthly basis. So that is the P card program is pushed by several banks and pushed quite heavily.
So the P card program, that's a card that, and I'm assuming that it's not easy for the district members to, it's not as hard to get that card as it is to get the other credit cards that we have.
I don't know the difficulty of getting a card. So when you enter the P card program, they will ask you, how many cards do you need? You determine how far down the totem pole you want cards. If you want your 12 department heads to each have a card.
Not to cut you off, that decision should always be made by the superintendent.
That would be a district decision. You decide who gets a credit card and then what the spending limit is on those. And you can even modify the spending limit. The districts that I see that use those cards extensively, they will look at a budget for a director. You have a $120,000 budget. We're going to give you a $11,000 limit so that you can use $10,000 a month. If you use $11,000 a month and you're left with $8,000 at the end of the year, they will actually call and decrease the credit limit to help ensure that department heads don't go over budget.
Okay. And with you doing our audit for us, you should be well up the par as to where we are on things.
Yeah, I mean,
In order to educate us as to where we are, you're supposed to know the ins and outs of everything.
At a year-end basis, every year, your financial statements, in my opinion, are accurate and clear. Now, we did not come in and do a whole nother audit as of December 31.
Why were you not called to do that?
The fee on an audit like that would be $30,000. There's a amount of time that goes into verifying and testing and being able to issue a set of statements as of an interim date that would be no different than issuing them as of a year end. So I was asked to come in and expand our procedures, on the audit fee that you already do pay us for the year-end audit and look at some December year-end, December month-end transactions to get a sense of where you stand. And I can certainly take anything that you have for me when we come back at year-end and expand those testing even further. But again, that's going to be based on, how this goes, what you want, what you're looking for as far as comfort level of your December 31, 2025 balances.
Thank you, Mr. Scepurek. We appreciate you.
I'm not
Hold on,
done.
wait. I wasn't-
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Well, I had a pause, man, so somebody's
okay.
got to speak up.
Well, if you
Mr.
give me time, I will.
Mr. Thomas?
Okay, I did not get your last name.
Scepurek.
Scepurek. Okay, so that was something that you mentioned earlier in your presentation. You talked about expanding the sample size by 10%.
50%.
50%, I'm sorry, 50%. That was a larger number. That last year there were no findings, no recommendations, and you were given the charge to increase that. That is a significant amount to increase the sample size by 50%. That's a very, very large sample size in comparison to previous years. And we just celebrated closing out the Yellow Book audit and some of those other things. There were no findings. So typically, whenever it increases that much, that significant of an increase, that, just in my mind, I could be wrong, is that either there was something that was found that was alarming and that caused the sample size to be increased, or there may have been a suspicion of something. I'm just trying to figure out what triggered that. That's a big increase. It wasn't an increase of 10%, 20%, but 50% is a significant amount.
That increase, so our sample size is dictated by risk and minimums, and a normal sample size, there's several sample sizes we have. A minimum for control testing is 60. A minimum for each program is 25, so sometimes those don't all line up, so you have to do 70, 75. We did an additional 30. I expanded that sample on the behest of the superintendent as, again, at no additional charge, just because of the long-standing relationship we've had. We're in a position to already be here. We were scheduled to be here. I can easily look at another 30 invoices, another 30 payroll checks, instead of you having to hire somebody else that would want to charge their time all over again.
Just to be sure that I understood you correctly, and I'm not paraphrasing, there was nothing that was found. Everything seemed to be spot on, because typically whenever you're working with an accounting firm, when you work so closely with those folks, if there's a discovery, a lot of times they give you the flexibility of correcting things, and so that's how you, in essence, end up with no recommendations and some of those other things.
Yeah, there were
So
no-
to your knowledge,
there
there
were
has
no
been
we
nothing.
recommended no
I'm gonna remember this.
modifications
To your
to
knowledge, there's
invoices?
been nothing that's been out of whack. There's been nothing that raised an eyebrow at all.
In our sample of 80 to 90,
Even beyond your sample with some of the things that you may work with, of course, you work
I
with
can't
staff.
speak
and so-
to any of the invoices or payroll checks I didn't look at, but the ones in our sample were all paid accordingly in the control structures that has been in place for years. And yeah, no recommendations of changes to, again, account coding, pay levels, invoice amounts, PO amounts, anything.
Okay, all right, good deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me.
Mr.
complete
Davis.
for us. Yeah.
You can go, sir.
He's recognizing.
Yeah, we're recognizing you, sir. You can go.
Yeah, I know I can.
I know.
Anyway,
You need to
going
be-
back
you
to
have
what
to
I
be
was saying,
recognized.
going back to what I was saying, on the actual credit cards,
Yeah.
okay, you're saying you don't see any deficiencies at all?
Any deficiencies in controls? Is that what, or deficiencies in the expenditures that they were made?
Either one.
Yeah,
When I
no.
say at all, that means everything.
Well-
We pay you a lot of money to make sure that our finances are in order. So if there's
They were-
issues with our finances, we need to know about them.
They were all agreed to invoices and purchase orders, approved expenditures.
Okay, but you have acknowledged that you have not looked at every single expenditure.
Yeah, that's right. There's
Okay.
tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands you
Of
have not.
expenditures, and so it's a sample.
Okay, and I do recall last board meeting, I requested from the superintendent a list of all things that were approved by him to be paid, and I have yet to get that.
If I
The
can
report that I
address
got is a list of a lot of items that we pay on, And it actually included some amounts from those, but it does not in detail give the ones that he has approved to be paid. And when I say that, I would like to see expenditures throughout the district, both from the district office and from every single school that we have in this county. So I can, and other board members can, actually look at what's being spent and where it's going. And from month to month, we can look at that report and we can see what's being allocated to each school throughout the year, every quarter, as well as the district office, because we're responsible for every single dime.
Yep.
And we require you and ask you, very nicely, we ask you and pay you a lot of money to make sure that we're not crossing the line or we're not putting ourselves in an area that is gonna come back to bite us.
Yep.
That's kind of our way of taking care of ourselves and in the district at the same time. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, I just wanna make sure I'm not
But
too
again,
far left.
so that is, I'm not sure what you have requested from the finance department and what they have provided in response to those requests. I would say.
The money is not there.
I would expect, say, every expense is approved by the superintendent.
Yeah.
The superintendent hires the finance officer, every expenditure is pre-audited,
Yeah,
every
but-
expenditure is budgeted for. So again, the language matters of what you're asking for versus what you're receiving.
Right.
And if you're looking for every invoice that has the superintendent's signature as the only person looking at that invoice, you won't see that, because it's there's a department head, whether it's superintendent, EC director, CTE director, signing off on invoices as received and approved, and then pre-audited by the finance officer.
Right. Okay,
So-
and also audited by you at our request.
As a sample
As
of
a-
the tens of thousands of checks, a sample, because, again,
Okay.
tens of thousands.
I mean, we can make it a play on words, it's fine, but at the end of the day, Dr. Atkinson, do you understand what I've requested?
Yes, sir, and I believe Mr. Adam had just clarified, most things, that's what we're trying to get at last month, that we had to move on, was on a different item. I do not necessarily sign every single invoice that comes in. It could be a department head, it could be, but the finance officer is the designee who approves that an item has been pre-audited. Most of the things I do not sign just because it goes through various departments. And so there's nothing specifically, typically, that I would do independently, that would be, for schools or for the district. Most things, and I sent this to the board, we were waiting obviously for the month-end payroll, and there was some challenges with some codes. I sent you all, actually, we were able to put through Friday, every single budget code that we have in the district, how much money was budgeted for that budget code, how much has been currently spent, how much is remaining in that. I think it was lots of pages. I'm not sure how many pages it was, but it was relatively thick. And it gave you all the opportunity to filter through that. But that is the budget line for it's all federal, all state, all local, all child nutrition, all capital outlay, all those funds. And so, but for the most part, most things do not always bear my signature. I don't always see them. That's the finance officer's responsibility to make sure that's
And we totally
pre-audited.
understand that.
Yeah, so that's why what we shared, and my understanding was we shared that so you all can see every single budget line. Now, if there's a budget line you all have a question about, we can always drill deeper and go to an actual individual invoices and things like that. But, but that's why I wanted to share that, and we waited for that payroll to clear. So that gave you all a full, accurate amount of what through February 28th had been spent. And so you could look at that in terms of percentage. I know that report can be somewhat overwhelming on there. I think I shared in the email too that, sometimes you may have the main line, which is the one that's budgeted that has the zeros, and that's really the dollar amount. Then each school has its own code. Under that, a lot of times the schools may show negative, even though there's money in that line. That's just done at the final closeout on the budget amendment. And so if there's a particular budget line you want us to drill deeper into, we can always do that. But what we gave y'all was every single account line that we have.
So to once again make it clear, because we don't want to beat a dead horse to death, it's very clear as to what I'm requesting. I'll say it again. I would like to see every single invoice that you have approved. We know that you don't approve all of them, because if that would be the case, you would be walking from office to office to office signing invoices. And that don't make sense. That's why those people sit in those positions, and that's why we give them the job title and the great pay that we provide to them, might I add, to do those things. So, once again, I would like to see every single invoice that you have approved for the last 2 years. You, because there's an amount of money that you are authorized to spend that they are not. When it gets to a certain level, it has to come to your desk.
That 90,000 line applies to all departments
I
as
didn't
well.
say 90,000, you
But-
said that.
But that's what the board policy states, is
Okay.
90,000. Is that correct? I remember from policy, it is 90,000. So departments can spend up to that same amount. Doesn't necessarily
So
mean
we
that
spending $100,000, who's gonna sign off on it?
100,000 has to come to the board for
Has to
approval.
come to us.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So it also has to have your signature on it, because you signed for the board. So,
When the
as I
board-
said-
Hold on.
board
Oh, hey.
approve- When the board approve, if there's a contract the board approves, typically the board chair is the signatory. I'm the attest on that. Or if it's an agreement that the board's approved, it may be where, it depends on how it's written, and if it says board chair, if it says superintendent. Most of the time it is chair, and superintendent attests that, because I am the secretary of the board. But anything 90,000 or less does not necessarily mean it comes for me to sign. It goes through those departments, so I don't necessarily have to have my signature. The finance
Okay.
officer's signature is actually who says there's money in that account, this fulfills those physical budget requirements. That's not my signature, that is the finance officer as the designee does that.
Okay,
And
so.
so that's where it gets a little bit, I'm just trying to clarify.
Right.
Things that would be expenditures from our office would be for you all, anything that would be for the board or principal district leadership training, things like that. But it wouldn't be, a lot of the things that schools would buy, departments would buy, the scope of what typically comes through our office is those things. Most things do not have to have my signature on them.
So can we just move on with understanding that what's requested is, we want every single item, once again, not gonna repeat it again, every single item that your signature is on for the last 2 years. Can we conclude that that's what's expected and that's what's required and requested?
Mr. Davis,
Here's
who
a-
are you talking about with we? Are you talking for you, or are you talking?
Okay,
for
then,
me?
I'll put it like this, and since you don't wanna be included, I'll say I would like to see it. You don't have to be included. You don't have to be included,
That's
but I'm a
fine. I'll speak
countywide
for
representative,
myself.
and I
I'll
will,
speak for
you
you.
don't have to. be-
Yeah.
You don't have to be represented.
So,
If you choose not to be included, that's fine, that's your choice, Mr. Edwards, but that's what I would like to see. That's what I would like to see. And we've had a month to get it, and we were sent,
can't,
so let's just
Hold
move
up.
on.
Hold on, Mr.
Understanding that that's
Benton.
what's requested.
Mr.
Can we
Bent,
do a vote of the whole board to determine if the board wants all this information, a majority of the board?
You can do that all you want, but I don't need the board's approval to get something that I requested. The state gives me that power, and you don't override the state. You understand that? You don't override the state. The state gives me that power, I don't need your
Mr.
approval.
Davis, call to order, sir.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
in
you.
order,
Call, thank you.
thank you.
Chairman Secretary, the board attorney's checking
Yes, sir.
policy on that.
Absolutely.
Can we move on to?
No,
to
sir,
conclude that?
we're talking to the board council. He's taking a look at the,
Okay, thank you.
policy. If you would just, stand down for just a minute, sir.
Sir, stand down,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Ron. It's-
Appreciate you.
it's the wrong
If you
time.
give call to order, sir.
That's not Luke.
Call to order, sir.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, apparently not. You won't hush. So, call to order, sir.
Six, 7 months.
So I don't see in my quick review a policy directly on point. I mean, different boards have different rules, sometimes not necessarily in policy, on whether individual board members can to what extent can individual board members make requests of the superintendent that require a certain amount of work? And I don't see anything in your policies that's jumping off the page. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not covered, but I'm not seeing anything right now. I'll keep looking for the next little bit, but I don't see anything. I mean, certainly the entire board, if there's support for it, can make such a request. And again, I don't know what your practice has been about individual board members making, requesting the superintendent to do work that may be, more substantive in nature.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Malone.
at this time, we'll just continue to review the policies, and if there's something in there we can review, and at that point, we can make a decision as a board as far as requesting that information, to or no.
Yeah, that's certainly fine, yes.
Yes.
And I'll continue to look. Again, I'm not seeing anything, but I want to do a couple of searches here.
Sure,
just to see if
absolutely.
something might show up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Malone.
If there's any further questions, we'll say again, when your new finance officer does arrive, if there is anything that you want us to add to our test work, you can communicate with them, he can communicate with us, and when we're back in July, happy to expand samples, look at anything else you want to look at. So that's what I'm here, again, to let you know what we did so far and offer you the opportunity to, again, communicate to the finance department anything you would like us to look at.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to 8.2 SRO contract update. Ms. Brown, Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. As you know, this has been a back and forth process with the SRO contract. Most recently, we were sent, our Attorney Weinstein has been working with the county attorney Johnson. The last that we had received was, and it's really more of a MOU, but / contract. They had provided, basically, there had been some work on some editing and trying to move in direction. They came back and basically negated some of the things that they had originally we thought we were going to work into. There are some things that statutorily need to be in that contract. As a public school system, anytime that you're dealing, obviously, with students, I think it's the Lunsford Act that deals with, obviously making sure that background checks and things are done as it relates to sex offenders. Now, I know we're talking about the sheriff's department, but still nowadays you've got to have that in there if we're doing business. There's also some other concerns about training and different things. The funding that is provided for SROs, in addition to the county allotment, and I'll circle back to that in a moment, it is through, we have a grant that does require specific things that have to be in there. And so, what had a couple of times had been a one-page document, we know that the board and administration had concerns over the last year or so about some of the billing and overtime pay and concerns like that. And so the goal was to get those things outlined. I will share, Ms. Brown and I, and I have spent quite a bit of time working through this. I know we're now in the month of March. And so some of the things that Attorney Weinstein had kind of highlighted that stuck out specifically, obviously, is that, there are some expectations, I believe, that the board had for the SRO program, and some things like related to time on campus, support with traffic control, if someone's going to be off campus, that would be communicated, various things like that. Also, we were always under understanding that the deputies were not our employees, they were employees of the sheriff's department, but there would be a contract that would guide the work that would be done in the schools. Some specific training things that need to be in there, were asked to be removed. Our concern, obviously, and her recommendation to us, I think Attorney Malone would say the same thing, is that to share this with the board where we are, but we're not recommending that we accept the terms that have been proposed and taking that back. So she has responded That's one particular thing. Coverage for, obviously, if we have a summer program, the summer reading camp, how's that going to be covered? That all needs to be addressed in there. Concerns about student information and FERPA, who has access to that, and that's obviously laid out in terms of, one thing that need to be highlighted is that although SROs are not employees of the school district, they will be bound by the same board policies that relate to the sharing of student information and access to confidential information. Obviously, we would provide that, but there are confidential requirements by law for student records. Obviously, one of the things that was taken off, I think I alluded to a moment ago, was that school administrators absolutely need to know when they can expect SRO not to be on campus, if it might be court or whatever. That's just genuine courtesy. So I just want to kind of bring you all up to speed. And I know Ms. Brown's also had some conversations. I know it's back and forth. We're almost at the point now that if we continue where we are, we're going to be in the fiscal year, going into another fiscal year in July. And so, we're supposed to, as a part of that grant, to have an agreement in place. Now, my concern is, and I hope this wouldn't take place, we've been basically month to month right now and trying to work through that. But the concern is we don't want to jeopardize future grant funding down the road. But in good faith, we can't ask you all to endorse something with some key things that have got those expectations, the legal requirements, they've got to be in there. We just cannot look past that. I'm just not sure why counsel for the county, I'm sure they have to have insurances and protections on those kind of things as well. There may be reasoning. I've not been involved in that conversation. I wouldn't be at the table for that. That would be between attorneys. But in good faith, we could not move forward with what has been sent back to us at this point. So our attorney has sent, remarks back, things that we thought we had resolved already in a red line that we thought we're ready to move forward. And Ms. Brown, I think we were told if it gets tough.
To an agreement, we may end up having to start like we used to do, just call for 911.
And so that's where we are at this point, but in good faith, we cannot bring this agreement because it does not meet what you all would expect, what we believe we would need, and our legal counsel is also what the grant requirements say we have to have. And so I just want to kind of bring up to speed where we are with this. So we're kind of awaiting now to see their response to Attorney Weinstein's last inquiry back to them.
Mr. Edwards?
On the month-to-month comparison, how much is it costing us a lot more doing it that way, or how would it be compared to having an actual contract in place? We have any numbers that
We can pull that invoice. What has been, one thing is we've only received one grant receipt. I think I shared with you all previously that the SRO and safety grant funding had previously been under DPI. That has moved to the State State Bureau of Investigation. Sorry to say State Board, that's the same. The SBI, we actually received one paper check. Most things are transmitted for the first part of the grant funding. Obviously, not having a state budget, I'm not sure what the holdup is, but we've had to utilize other funding. The last we received, Ms. Brown, I think, was that every school has an assigned person now, I believe. Is that correct? But one thing that, obviously was in the interim, and we had shared concerns was overtime pay. There is a separate rate when it comes to like ball games and school events. That's not a part of that. There's obviously been concerns about arrival time, dismissal time, things like that. That's what the purpose of the agreement. I think that obviously with the increases in salary that the county had given, I don't think the money has followed that same line. And so that is a deficit to the school district. We are capped on that grant, I think, is it $295,000? I can get the exact amount for you, but it's not very much more than that. And that's the state limit, and you're really supposed to do $1 for 4, even in that. It's not a full North Carolina. In fact, I think they, if I remember correctly, they use somewhere in the ballpark, maybe 35, maybe 40,000 per SRO. And so if you do the 1 to 4, for every 10,000 paid locally, they'd give 30,000. That was only up to 6. And so, it's just, we've been always going back and forth with this. We hope to have a resolve, but it's just not, in good faith, we just cannot proceed. We can actually, Ms. Brown, we can, and it's probably about time for the county to send the next invoice, because it had been coming quarterly. So we can go and share with the board the invoices that we received from the county thus far for SRO services.
My question is,
Mr. Rhoda.
when we meet with the county commissioners, is it possible that we can ask them to put monies in the budget for the sheriff so he can give us some SROs?
That could be part of the conversation, yes, sir, that could be. One thing I could also do too, of course, tonight we had the local budget request, and that's obviously for our, specific needs. It did not include, because SRO allocation had been something separate. What I could also do in the budget message that I'll write to go along with this, I could also address that in the budget message as well, that we have not realized an increase in funding, in the allocation that was coming to us. There's been increased cost. We need to have them take a look at that, and also to, if it needs to go straight to the sheriff's department versus to us, but like you said, Mr. Rhoda, that needs to be increased.
Yeah, he has his budget.
Right.
Sheriff does, and maybe he's not getting enough money, to help us with that. So let's see if we can get him
Right.
to do that for us.
We can do that. We could put that as a talking point for that joint meeting, and I can also include that in the budget message, all right? And I'll be sharing a copy with you all too, once that goes. And we'll get those invoices, what we've got so far, I'll get those out. We should be able to get those for you in the morning and out to you. That's pretty quick to pull.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to action item 9.1, closure of East Arcadia, consolidation to Clarkton School Discovery. Dr. Atkinson.
So, if you want, I did find a policy on the other issue.
Yes, sir.
We can come back to it later, but I did find a policy on that issue.
You wanna cover it now? Yes, sir.
I'm happy to.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So the board does have a policy on this. It's Board Policy 2010, Board and Superintendent Relations. If you were in that policy, it's the next to the last paragraph. It reads as follows: no member of the board, including the chair, may individually give orders or directives to the superintendent or any other school personnel except as expressly authorized by the board. So that's what your policy says.
Thank you, sir.
If I could just get clarification on that, I think you said that we're not able to give a single directive, meaning it has to be the consistency, it has to be the board, meaning the majority. And so that's a directive, but what I heard was a request, which is a little bit different. So an individual board member may request information and not necessarily say you have to have this. Or maybe there may be a policy in regards to a public records request or something of that sort.
So I would read this language that if the request is asking the superintendent to do something, that is in essence an order or directive to the superintendent if you're asking him or directing him to do something. That's the way I read this language. I mean, I'm not.
Well, I think that may be just semantics of wording and some of those other things. I definitely can interpret it that way as well, but then we could see it as a formal request, because as board members, there are decisions that we have to make. In order for us to make those decisions, we have to have access to specific information in order for us to make a good, sound decision. And so unless it's an ethical or moral, illegal or something of that sort, then that may go in with a judgment call, but more so in regards to a request for information that could ultimately, I guess, sway a decision in one direction or another, that may have a little more.
Where a board member may ask for X, Y, or Z, and the superintendent may simply provide it. But I'm telling you what the policy would say as it would relate to that kind of a request.
And I think that's probably just the muddy water area as far as a request versus a demand. So at this point, based on the policy, then the board would have to approve an actual demand that Dr. Atkinson submit X, Y, and Z. But what Mr. Davis has the authority or the ability to do at this point is to request the information from Dr. Atkinson, and at this time, he could either comply or he could say, I'm not going to do it, and then that'll take care of everything. Hopefully he'll give a reason as to why he wouldn't, whether it be time, I don't want to give an excuse, but maybe he'll probably provide an excuse if there's something that he does not want to share. So Mr. Davis, is it okay if Mr. Davis does, I'm not speaking for him, but can he make the request and not a demand, and then have Dr. Atkinson to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And board members, I've never made a demand. I don't demand anything. I don't even demand my kids to do stuff. I tell them what I expect, and hopefully they can understand why I expect it. Make it very clear. Now, just as I stated last board meeting, excuse me, my mic is now on. Just as I stated last board meeting, I have some concerns. And I just would like to see what is being allocated in these areas and approved by the superintendent. He's the person that we have hired to oversee this district. And with him overseeing the district, there's things that even though he don't sign the check or go there and put the numbers in the machine and put the card there, card might not even have his name on it. He's still ultimately responsible. You can delegate the responsibility, but the authority is still yours.
What a
Mr., can I speak?
Mr. Rhoda.
Well, I don't see how we can do oversight without information. And because one person doesn't want information, that doesn't mean all of us don't want it. You know, I may want information on this, he may want information on something else, but how can we do oversight without information?
I mean, that's what the policy states, sir.
Well, you know,
Okay.
that's the way you want to.
I think what we have to understand here is if you're looking for something specific when we go to audit terms in June or July, then you need to request what those specific things you're looking for, because I'm just sitting here listening. Sounds like you got something on your mind, and you need to get, and hold on, well, wait a minute. I'll listen to you guys, I'll let you have your time.
There's no such time.
But at the end of the day,
no
if you're
such thing as
looking for
time.
something specific, then we go through audits for reasons. If you're looking for something specific, when the audit comes up, then that's what you need to ask for. We all knew there was an audit going on. Hold on, there's an audit going on, and then you should have asked for something specific, because, you know, they're hearing the language and the conversation. Apparently, there's something specific you're looking for, so.
Well, Mr.
Hold on. At the end of the day,
You
we
just
can-
said that before.
we're going through
already
this
said that.
process.
Mr.
So
Secretary.
we, as a board, can approve or not approve.
Mr. Secretary.
That's where we're at. Mr. Davis.
I have made it obviously clear to everybody on this panel, on this board, and I would even say even to the people in the audience. I've made it very clear on 3 different times what I was looking for. Now, it's your perception as to what you may or may not think I'm looking for. And
I don't think it's a
let me
perception, I
finish.
think
Now
it's a
I'm talking and
reality.
you interfere
Well, I'm
with
the
my
board
time.
chair and I
Well, that's
can
fine,
stand you
but
down
every
at
board
this
member-
point. So
but
it's,
every
at the
board
end of the
member has
day,
gets an opportunity to
we,
speak.
as a board, you
Every
guys
board
talked
member
about
gets
transparency
an opportunity
and
to
full
speak.
board approval, but tonight we're in a different ballgame.
At the end of the
So
day,
we're gonna approve it as a board per the policy unless council says we can do different.
Mr. Chair.
Council-
That's where
If I-
we're at.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I
Mr.
just-
Thomas.
I want to go back to what Board Member Mr. Edwards said earlier. He needed clarification on something in regards to Mr. Davis's statement pertaining to the board. The board has requested, or the board is the consensus of the board. I just want to follow those same blueprints and footsteps to ask you to clarify when you said it seems as if you are specifically looking for something. Please define you. And then secondly, you said, you guys, I want to be sure that we're on the same page, and I understand that with clarity as to who you are and you guys,
Well,
just with the same request.
That's the same thing I would say, board members or we. I mean, I don't know who "we" is, because I mean, we who,
No,
from
no,
the
he
standpoint.
asked for clarification earlier, so I want you, just in your own terms, to clarify what you meant when you said, it seems like you're
Well,
looking for something specifically.
Well,
So, and if it is
I'm
specific
just
board
listening
members,
to the
please name those board
conversation. I'm
members.
not, I mean, what do I need to say here? The bottom line is we have a policy that we're abiding by or we're gonna follow. What are we gonna do here? So,
I don't think that legal counsel gave an explanation or further clarification of the last statement that I made in regards to Mr. Davis being able to make a specific, and that's for any board member, that he could make a specific request. He cannot make a demand without the consensus of the board, the majority of the board, but he can actually make a request. And I think I made some comment along the lines that he could actually make a request now, and then that way Dr. Atkinson can either oblige or he could state, hey, listen, I'm not going to give this information to you, or I'm going to reserve, I'm going to pause. We're not going to go down that road. So is that sufficient? Because we know that one way is to actually make a demand to the superintendent, which without the majority vote, that's not going to happen. But he can make a request because there's nothing in the policy that says no other way, that says that he can't make a request.
And like I say, how can you do oversight without information?
And I don't think.
We don't work here every day. We come in once a month.
The board can speak on this if they'd like, but when a board member requests the superintendent, request, REQUEST, request the superintendent to provide information to the board, I don't think it would be smart on his part to decline that. And I don't need to go any further with that. I don't think that'd be a smart decision. But if he chooses to say that he ain't gonna provide it, that'll be his choice. And life is full of choices, and I guarantee you, the choices you make will dictate the life you live. I guarantee you that.
so,
Can I get clarity? Just want to
Sure.
make sure I understand Mr. Davis's request, and then I want to share something I was talking with board council about that I would like to do, maybe move forward to kind of help, all right? And so, Mr. Davis, just making sure I understand correctly, so your request is any, last 2 years, are you asking for any contracts that I have signed, or any contracts as a whole, or any invoices? I just need to clarify which, I want to make sure I understand your request.
Dr. Atkinson, I mean, if you want me to write it down, I can write it down and send it down the line and put it in front of you. I'm gonna say it for the fourth time. I want, for the last 2 years, any amounts of money, be it through contract, be it through invoice, that you have approved and signed, and approved, you have approved or signed, let me make sure that's clear, approved or signed, to be put in place, to be used, to be done, of the county, Bladen County District money that we oversee, and give you the responsibility of overseeing that money for us and utilizing it as you should. I would like those invoices and that information provided to the board. Any board member that don't want to look at it, that's your prerogative. But I would like to see it. I would like to see it. And that's anything that came across your desk and you gave the approval, you signed it. We have a report right here.
I think we understand what you're asking for, so.
Let me finish.
I mean, it's
Let me
pretty
finish.
simple here.
We have a report right here that states all of the areas in the county that money is allocated for. That's through DPI, that's state, that's local, every bit of it's here. Every board member got this. And as I reviewed it, I have some concerns. Okay? And with those concerns, which I'm not ready to share with at this point, I just have some concerns. And I would like to see those reports, so those reports can clarify for me those concerns. Any other board member that doesn't have those concerns, that's fine.
Well, maybe you should respond with
You
those
know,
concerns. That way we
at this
he could
point-
dig into it and find what he
At this
needs. That
point,
way
I
he
don't
can be
have to share those
specific.
concerns.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, if I
yeah.
may, I think Dr. Atkinson, and you can chime in, Dr. Atkinson, you were asking a question specifically to Mr. Davis, and so I think the conversation should be between the two of you all, so you can have clear understanding of what he's requesting from you without interruption.
Well,
from any
sir,
other
I'm
board
a
member.
chair. I can intervene at any time. My question
Well,
is,
more months you are.
my question to him and you and the rest of the board is, if there's something specific you're looking for and asking for, send him an email as to what your concerns are. That's pretty simple and clear to me. Even if it's 2 years ago, 1 year ago,
That's
10
your
weeks ago.
interpretation.
Exactly, it sure is.
Exactly is.
So,
And your
at this
interpretation-
point, we understand what you're asking.
Your
Dr.
interpretation-
Atkinson, are you clear on
My
what he's
follow-up
asking?
and my understanding was anything that I have signed or anyone that would be under me has signed. So that entails every single invoice for the school system for the last 2 years. That's going to take some time to pull.
Hey, we
So
don't
that-
have 3 months. I've
Pardon?
asked for this for 2 months. We don't
No,
have 3
sir, you
months.
have not asked for
You
like
hadn't asked
this.
for anything
No, sir, you
specific,
have
sir.
not. Last month, it got stopped, and we were in conversation on different action item. And what was asked was, can we see where we are with monthly by the budget? And we waited for that payroll to run. We got through some system updates. What was provided to you was every single budget line in federal, state, local, capital outlay. Every board member has that. And you can filter it. I can run that every month. In fact, what I'm going to suggest, while, the finance team, who else is going to have to come together and pull these individual invoice, y'all, because I heard invoices to be seen. So I had to go through each file, pull each individual invoice. It's going to take time to pull 2 years' worth of invoices for the school system. But we can do it. It's just going to take a while to get it done.
Thank you, Dr.
And
Atkinson.
the second thing, so we've got that clarified. What I will start doing monthly, and our new finance officer will also be beginning next month. Each month, any expenditures, I think we can probably work with our finance program to build a query for us. And any expenditures within our range from $0 up to $89,999, we'll give the board a monthly report that just has a list of all those, and that way, moving forward, that'll be done monthly, and we'll go get the individual invoices for the last 2 years of everything that the school system has purchased and schools have purchased for the last 2 years.
Dr. Atkinson, thank you so much for that information.
Counsel, please.
I guess one of the things as I was thinking about the request, and this is just me thinking outside of the box a little bit, is, one particular option that could save some time, but get the board what you're looking for, would be to have the finance officer run a report of everything that's under $90,000 that's been expended, instead of pulling the invoices. And then if there are individual invoices that you want to see off the report, you could then request specific invoices instead of literally pulling every invoice that's been generated, for the last 2 years. I don't know the volume, but my guess is that could be a lot. But if you had a report from the finance officer that showed the vendor and how much was spent, many of those invoices you may not literally need to see if that were on a report. So I think, again, just trying to figure out if there's a way to get you the information that you need, because it's fair. You've got questions, I get it. I think the superintendent even understands what you're trying to do in your role. But maybe that could be a starting point, and that's something that could probably be turned around a little quicker, would be to get you a listing of all the expenditures that fall under $90,000 that are within the superintendent's authority to approve, vendor amount spent, then you can go from there. If there's certain invoices that you want to see for whatever reason, then the superintendent could go and track those individual invoices down instead of trying to find every invoice. Again, not my role to get in the middle of it, but just in listening and trying to find something that you could get quicker, and also get you the information that you need to make decisions. Again, just something to consider.
Yeah, that's common sense.
And we could
Makes
also
sense.
do that, it would show the budget code, so it would show what fund it's paid from, the amount and that kind of thing. So we'll work with our finance program to build a custom query, that they often can do that. the things that we would want to see, and then we can drill down. So we can have that pulled from 7/1/2024 to present. And
Now-
then what I'll just start doing monthly for the board is information, I can just send it to you, is I'll have them pull monthly what we've got up to that range. So you'll start having it by the month, and it'll just be automatic. That might make it easier for you all to have monthly, and then we could always, if there's a question, we'd always pull something individually that way.
So, Dr. Atkinson, would you say that you're clear as to what's been requested?
Yes, with what the attorney suggested, are you
It's not
fine
what's-
with us doing that listing? And then if we need to drill down, that would be much faster to probably get, but the actual individual invoices will take some time to pull.
Mr. Edwards?
I'm totally opposed to that. I think if you're asking
He
the
would be.
district office to tie up that much time over maybe $20 receipts, we have bigger issues, we have kids to educate. We don't need our superintendent, our district office tied up. If you have certain items, in my opinion, yes. But I think the board should vote before we put this man and the district office through this much trouble.
Like I say, you ain't ever agree with anything I say.
I will vote on it as a
You
team.
will never agree with what I say.
So do we want to get a motion on the floor to approve Dr. Atkinson to spend 2 months on pulling invoices to bring before the board? Or do we want to spend 2 weeks to 4 weeks on minimizing and being specific to what we're asking for?
I would like to say this. I have a concern with the way the finances are being spent. Now, if it's the pleasing of the board that we start with a specific amount and go up to the max amount, I'm okay with that. Because if it's $5, $10, $25, something like that, we're still responsible for that $25. And if it's being spent over a period of 2 years, that comes to be a lot of money. And if it's not being spent the way it should be spent, it should be a concern of this board. But some board members don't have a concern with that because of the amount of the money. If a person steals $50 from you every single month of the year, then that's only $50, but over a year, that's a lot of money. Over 2 years, it's even more money. But all board members don't have a concern with that, so they okay with that money being used inappropriately or whatever the reason, for whatever the reason may be. But at the end of the day, if you want to set a standard, we want to set a standard as to, or just say we want to set an amount to start at and go from that amount to the max amount, I'm okay with that. But I would not want it to be anything above $1,000. I would not
Hold
want to
on,
be, but at the end of the day, now, I'm
Mr.
not finished, and until I'm finished, please don't interrupt me.
I was just
Okay,
going with
until
Mr.
I'm
Rhoda.
finished, please don't
Well, I
interrupt
can
me.
call to order and shut it down and go to
Okay.
Mr. Rhoda.
And-
So
and-
just,
until
so
I'm
just
finished-
know that.
Until I'm
No,
finished,
you don't have to
there's
finish.
no
I
reason
can
to
call
call to
to
order.
Mr. Rhoda, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Well, you know, somebody in here said something about common sense. Now, Jason already agreed to do what he wants, that he needs to do. And now we going on arguing, he already agreed. I mean, and then technology, how long does it take somebody to run that thing? Take 5 minutes, come on,
It's the
we ain't talking
invoice.
about handwriting something.
It's the invoice, sir.
Yeah.
So,
If I may,
hold on, Mr. Rhoda's
No,
not
go
done.
ahead, I'm through, man.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
all right, so as trying to be the voice of reason, it seems like we're just spinning our wheels in the dirt. If you asked for a motion to vote as to whether or not we would spend 2 months and some duration of time was thrown out without any, I think, thoughtfulness in that to say 2 months, 4 months, whatever it was. If the report is not extensive in the way of Dr. Atkinson's explanation, and this is a request and not a directive to him, then there's no need for the board to vote, because based on policy, we will only vote if there is a demand right? And this is still at the time that it's a request, in which you said that it wouldn't take long to run the report. And there shouldn't be a significant amount of invoices that would be over the threshold that you're allotted to spend. And so this, I think everybody with that in mind, if we would clear our minds, that seems, if the information is given, I'll be glad to look at it. And I think that if one board member has it, then others should have it as well, whether they utilize the information or not. Again, it's not my personal request, but I think it may be beneficial for something else. And sometimes folks ask for information. It may be to ease their concerns. It's not to be accusatory. It's not to say, aha, I got you, but there are things that folks just need to know. And so you can lay some things to rest by asking those questions. And it may be, when the credibility is on the line, sometimes you have to do a little bit more work just to be sure that integrity is in place, and especially with accounting principles, as was discussed by the gentleman earlier today. So I think that where we are now, Mr. Davis has made this request. You said that it's something that's not a lengthy process in the way that it was initially stated. And so there's no need, in my opinion, for the board to vote because it's not a directive to you. It's a request from you.
And we can work through, I'd say,
Didn't the
If there-
attorney say
Mr.
that a
Bent.
request would be the same as a directive? Did I misunderstand you when you said that?
I said that in this situation, requesting the superintendent to do something is the equivalent of a directive as the policy contemplates. Yes, that is what I said.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to action items 9.1, closure of East Arcadia, consolidation of Clarkton School of
Did we get a
Discovery, Dr. Atkinson.
Did we conclude with that one?
Yeah,
Did we
we're
get an
done.
understanding? Where were
Yes,
we with
sir.
that?
He just told you.
Who?
If you listen to council, he just gave you the
Now,
direction.
see, now, Chairman, I'm.
So here's the deal.
You gotta have to be respectful. Now, I'm really trying to give it all I have to
I've
be
been respectful
as
the whole
calm.
time.
No, no, no.
He
no,
said
you've
you're
things-
asking to be direct. So we're,
No, you've said things in regards to
I've never
common
been
sense.
disrespectful.
Listen, you said things in regards to common sense whenever I have
Yeah,
read emails, whenever sentences had subject verb disagreement and things of that sort. So we don't want to talk about common sense.
yeah, let's not
And we
talk
definitely don't want to have
about
a challenge
email.
at the meeting of the minds.
Call to order, and we'll move on to action item 9.1, closure of East Arcadia and schools consolidation with Clarkton School of Discovery. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. As you know, we concluded the third public hearing on last Monday. The board this is the third hearing that was held. You have before you the information, and it'll be the pleasure of the board in which direction the board would like to move as it relates to the potential closure of East Arcadia and consolidation with Clarkton School of Discovery.
Is there, we got a motion to approve? I got a second. Any discussion? Hold up. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Mr. Steve.
The bus stops, and we were given times for the two buses, but if there were to be a third bus added, do we have those times?
What was given to us, I have two routes that are on East Arcadia to Clarkton side. The other two would go toward Bladen Lakes from Kelly and Moore Swamp. If there would be a third bus, I would think it would reduce the number of students. I guess it's going to depend on where that's routed, but they did not propose a third route. It was just the two that was given us by transportation. I mean, I would think if you're adding a third bus and it's going in the same area, it may potentially reduce any. But again, it's going to depend on, different factors, but, that would probably be a wide assumption to say that. It's likely that they could reduce any start times or pickup times or, drop-off times.
Thank you, sir. And a follow-up question. Just to be clear, for the record, if the board were to approve closing the school, when does that closure take effect? At the end of this school year?
Well, I think that's, that would be something the board could say and determine if they do that in their motion, if it needs to be for this year or if the board wants to simply push that out. I think we're looking at, obviously, when the information was pulled, looking at moving forward into next year. But that's something the board could easily make a determination. The board could say, we want to move forward with closure effective June 30th of 2026. you all could say, we want to make, we want to recommend closure as of June 30th, 2027. The board can dictate any time. You all have that full authority to determine, you know, if and when you want to do that. I know that the information that was provided also was looking toward the potential if it was to happen for this year. That would be some of those numbers that transportation would. So I apologize, my mic was off. Some of the numbers that they would be looking at may change depending upon grade levels. Like right now, the projected enrollment for East Arcadia next year, I think, is 43 students, based on some early information that's been given. And now that can go plus or minus depending. That's just what has been initial, like when the state gives initial numbers. And so, but that may change. We wouldn't know, and that also impacts your routes. And so, depending on if the board pushed out from this June to another June, it would depend upon numbers, you know, how that would impact, you know, various things. So these numbers are based on as if it would be this year.
Okay, and does anybody know the projected opening of the school in Acme Delco?
Columbus just broke ground, I think, just like this last week, I think they had a groundbreaking. And so that probably, or maybe it might be coming up. I think it's coming up. It is coming up, I'm sorry. I know there was something mentioned about it, so you're probably looking at maybe 18 months, probably. I don't know how large scale their project is. I think Tar Heel, maybe was about 18 months, probably. I have to go back. I wouldn't be able to speak specifically to that, but it would depend. I mean, I can find out from Columbus when they anticipate that to be open, but I wouldn't know for specifically when that would.
One more question. Can the board request adjusted times if there were to be a third bus?
What was that?
If there were to be a third bus added, then how long would these routes take? Because that was really one of the main concerns. That was one of the main objections by almost universally from the parents down in East Arcadia.
And that, yeah, they could draw up a third route to see. They could propose that, you know, obviously based on, you know, what numbers, you know, would be present. Obviously, fifth graders would be moving on. The unknown is kindergarten is always unknown. I mean, you can kind of project that, but you don't know with kindergarten. But they could base it off of the data they're using now. They could draw up a third route to see specifically if, you know, there would be a change in time, better or worse. I don't know how it will, in my mind, but I mean, without being, I don't do that every day, but I mean, I would not think that it would go in the opposite direction by adding another vehicle. I think it would probably try to improve it some. But, you know, we could always ask for them to look at a third route to see what that would be, and then obviously, you know, cost and that kind of thing.
The projected opening of that school is October of 27.
Of what year?
That's a minimum.
Is that Columbus County?
27. October of 27, year 27.
And that's the one at
That's the
Delco?
end of another-
Yeah, that's the one that's the new school.
That's 2 years.
Okay. I think,
It's 18 months. It's about.
just thinking of that, that would be students that
October
are,
27.
yeah, that would be a different county, as far as students having to reside in that area in order for them to attend that school. So, I do want to start by asking, a question, if I may, before we go into comments too much further. Is it, oh my God, I should remember this, Steve. Steve asked a question in, pertaining to, flexibility of closing if it does pass the majority of the board to close East Arcadia School. And you gave some reference to ideas and some of those other things, but it seems as if extensive conversations have taken place, so much so that if we look at the proposed bus schedule, we go back to Wednesday when we receive the actual the agenda outline or the proposed agenda. It was not nearly as detailed as this that we received on Friday evening. So my question to you is, what is the proposal? Because the administration has made the recommendation to close East Arcadia School, so that the administration not have a set deadline or a date that you wanted to include in that proposal to close East, because now I'm hearing, oh, the board can decide. But there was a request or a proposal submitted with the recommendation to close East Arcadia School.
Well,
and so I would think that that would include dates.
Well, and in the information that's provided here, this is built based upon what would be June 30th of 2026. And so that, that would be, what this information would be. But I guess what I was saying, may I restate it, it would be the board's pleasure in which direction they'd want to go. If the board wanted to close, the board in essence could determine if that's the case, when or if. But the information that's here was based upon looking at if that took place as of June 30th, 2026.
Okay, is the floor still open, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so there are a few things that I do want to mention. I'm in an age that I'm not familiar with ChatGPT too much, so I'm an expressive person. I have to write things down just to be sure that I don't miss anything. And so this is specifically in regards to East Arcadia School and the closure. I want to make it clear to everyone that I understand the sentiments from both perspectives. From a fiscal and financial responsibility perspective, I see the consolidation as something that some may deem to be financially sound. However, from a different scope of lenses, regarding the negative impact that it may have on students, then I see it as unarguably irresponsible for us to consider to move in that direction. I'll give you some ideas as to why. I think that what we have done in the East Arcadia with our district and also with, and it's been very difficult to go and to sit and hear parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles, community officials ask questions, and then we not have any answers for them to soothe their minds. It was smiling and agreeing only to minimize the conversation, to make leeway of how we move forward. But we've habitually used the words of expression, emphasizing that our students come first. But sadly to say, after seeing the condition of East Arcadia School, I venture to think that that has not always been the case, and that is not true even now, seeing that school has been neglected. I think that we owe the students in East Arcadia an apology because we positioned other schools to accelerate academically while we've deprived them of some of the essentials that other schools have. The school has continued to deteriorate and to do it aggressively. In fact, whenever I went there, it was almost as if I stepped in a time zone. I've not been accustomed to seeing anything in that way. So I think that we're expecting first-class results from students and from parents whenever we're giving them second-class access to materials and things that they would need to be successful. I don't think that that's acceptable. I think that with East Arcadia School, we have put requirements and mandates for different individuals. If we look at the principal, we expect him to move the school forward. We expect him to be successful. We expect him to lead. However, we have other things that fall in his umbrella. For him to teach a science class, for him to drive a bus, and for him to be the senior administrator, I think that's absolutely unfair to him, and it does not allow him the opportunity to lead in the way that he should. So that, to me, is unacceptable. Seeing teachers, teacher assistants, cafeteria staff, and comparing that to Elizabethtown Middle School, Elizabethtown Primary School, Bladenboro, it does not have the same tone, even though we have the same message and the same mission and the same vision for our entire district. It seems as if someone is lagging behind. I think it's egregious. I think it's offensive that East Arcadia School, that we've allowed the school to fall. We have to take ownership in what's happened down there in East Arcadia. By way of saying that we've not seen that anywhere else. I think there's a story, even in the Bible, there was a woman who was about to be sent away, and she said, "No, my Lord, even the dogs get the scraps from the table." And what we've rendered over to the students in East Arcadia have been less than scraps. It's been the bare minimum, so much so that I'm offended as a board member. And I feel sorry for those students, and I feel sorry for the parents that we've allowed this neglect to go on for such a long period of time. I think that we're in a time now, and this is the most mind-boggling thing for me, that we would treat those students and their facilities in that way, meaning being neglectful, but we have, and I would assume this, to be a state-of-the-art jail in Bladen County. Well, we have placed financial resources to house accused child molesters, drug dealers, criminals, the very people that we want to protect our children from, that we put more money into housing them than we spend into educating our children. when we have a first-class jail facility and then we have schools that are lagging behind, that's an issue for our school board. With consideration to the consolidation of East Arcadia School and Clarkton School of Discovery, then I think that we're in a time now that we have to stop looking at the what and start looking at the why. What does that mean? We're looking at the what, meaning enrollment is low, but we dare not ask the question, why is enrollment low? Why is it that we're seeing lower numbers in the area? And that is not solely restricted to East Arcadia School. I want everyone to know that this is what we're trying to do now is to provide a short-term resolution for a long-term problem. That in my mind, I ideally see this happening to other schools in our county. That there is, folks can call it whatever, I guess we use whatever verbiage or lingo that you want to, but it seems as if there is a attack on the public school system within itself. If there was a I don't know, a train, we're seeing a train wreck in slow motion, and all of a sudden some folks are going to say, shut it down now, and some other folks are going to say, reroute the train and let's go and fix what's wrong, because we're going to have to revisit this again. I don't think that closing East Arcadia is the answer. One of the things I do want to point out is that whenever we're looking at schools that are failing and schools that are underperforming, whether it be for enrollment, for academia, some of those other things, we have only been given one option from administration based on recommendation. That was to either leave East Arcadia open or to close East Arcadia. There was not a list of viable options that we could actually explore to move forward. That was very disappointing to me. As master educators, we should look at all avenues to be sure that as something is being presented, that we've thought methodically and that we looked in all different directions. And if these conversations have taken place, I will assure you it has not taken place with the assignment of the full board or the knowledge of the full board. So there are some things that I would like to see done. I think these are some ideas that we should explore, is the reassignment of East Arcadia School to a pre-K through 8th grade. If we go in and we look at the school closing study that was submitted from the superintendent's office, if we go to page 6 of that study, it shows there is an outline of the school from 2018, 2019 year into the current year. What we do see is that there's a direct correlation between the increase in grade level and also the increase in enrollment. So that is something that was not an option for us as we were told about, or it was presented as far as the consolidation. I think that probably needs to be explored just a little bit more. I think that some folks are asking for sports and they have made that mandate or request for their students, and there are other nuances that we could explore, possibly having those students to play sports at, I don't know, Elizabethtown Middle School or somewhere. Transition East Arcadia School, another option is to transition that school, not to close it, but to transition it into either a magnet school or a STEM school, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We're looking at megatronics. We're talking about IT and some of those new ways of the world. And so this could be a training hub for those students in particular. So there are other options that we've not discussed in lieu of closing East Arcadia. There's also, I think we probably had in reference to a 30 to 60-minute conversation, and that was led, I think, Mr. Edwards had a question about it in regards to a conversation sometime prior to me coming onto the board, and that was aligned with having students, building a new school in the East Arcadia Cobbles Creek area. I don't think that negotiating those terms after East Arcadia is closed is going to be a better way of doing it. I think those conversations need to take place prior to a consolidation. Some of the things that I do want to also go over would be the failed disclosures in the school study, the school closing study, as outlined in General Statute 115C-72. It says the inconvenience or hardship that might result to pupils to be affected by such closing or consolidation, the cost of improving additional school facilities in the event of such closings or consolidation. There's been no discussion, and I tried to go back and to look at it in further detail just to be sure that I didn't miss anything. No discussion of the cost of repairs or upgrades to Clarkton should the consolidation take place. There was also no timeline of completing those repairs, and more importantly, there's been no public discussion from the board or administration about the inconvenience or hardships of pupils, and that's actually outlined in the general statute. And we look at the school closing study. The cost of renovation, school facility on page 7 that was submitted from the superintendent's office. There are some questions of uncertainty about the estimates provided. There was a statement somewhere along the lines, I talked to a guy, these are the numbers that he provided. That to me is unacceptable. Secondly, it says estimated cost calculations fail to incorporate the customary three-bid process necessary to provide a true and authentic financial analysis for our budgetary commitment for the East Arcadia Schools. So the numbers that are there was no substantial evidence to show that it was going to cost those amount of dollars. Now, a major concern is when we go and revisit some of the items that were discussed in our last board meeting, if we go to the year 2025, 2026, we're talking about capital projects, and these are some of the items that were listed there. The purchase of 6 buses over 3 years, having new field houses constructed, or field houses at East Bladen and West Bladen High School, track options for East Bladen, West Bladen, and Elizabethtown Middle School, van and fleet vehicles, Bladenboro Middle School auditorium, bleachers, bathrooms, and concessions. During this time, that was an estimated $12.45 million undertaking, meaning that that's what we wanted to commit to for those things that are not necessarily academically related. If we go to the year 2026, 2027, which would be our next year, those costs of those things, they have now included painting. And that amount is now $19.925 million. So about $75,000 short of a $20,000 request. Thank you so much. A $20,000 request. Now, if we go back and we look at our request and some of the things that are listed in the study, it's saying that these items must be, it says the cost of renovating school facilities, that these items must be addressed within the next 1 to 2 years. So it made it seem as if those were a priority, but they were not listed in our 2025, 26, or 26, 27 request. So I said all that to say at this time, we don't know the true cost of repairs for East Arcadia School, as we've not followed what we would call the traditional bidding processes. But what we do know, we may not know that. Was that for me? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So, but what we do know, so even though we don't know that to be detailed down to a science, what we do know is that the primary concern for the district extend beyond the classroom environment through the mention of capital management capital projects. This is a prime indication in my mind that there is that education is no longer at the top of the hierarchy, and that we're looking at other things. It would be great if we could produce NBA stars. It'd be great if we produce Major League Baseball stars, minor league baseball, National Football League stars, but that's not what we're here to do. We're here to educate students, and it seems like based on some of the projects that we're looking at, none of those had to do with East Arcadia, and they were not directly related to educating students. They are more so with the extracurricular and sporting activities. Now, not to negate that, they do have a significant role, but they should never supersede the academic needs of our students. We can't compromise. I think there was a great president, in my opinion, that said that we could never negotiate with terrorists. So with that in mind, any time that we negotiate on the delivery of quality education based on some of the other some of the other factors in relation to sports, and spending $2.5 million for one field house or $1.2 million for one track field, and these these costs are extensive in comparison to the $1.9 million that it would cost to repair or bring East Arcadia School up to standard. Now, we choose to move forward with consolidation without exhausting every alternative. We're admitting that our core values are just a slogan, and that it's not necessarily our true commitment. So folks said some really interesting things, and I want it to be known now that East Arcadia School, I definitely want to say this, is that Bladen County Schools, believe it or not, in my opinion, we need the students in East Arcadia as bad as they need Bladen County Schools. Everyone knows that there is, and I tried to get the information, I did request the information, I have not received that as of yet, which is fine, but there are dollars that are attached to every student, whether it be federal, state dollars, or some subsidy that's given to those individuals. So if there is a massive number of students who withdraw from Bladen County Schools, then we have to explore other options as well. So this should not be a one-way conversation. This needs to be engaging for everyone. And I think what we've done is we've taken the road to say, this is what we want to do, and we've not taken everything into consideration. There are items, and Dr. Atkinson, you can correct, you don't have to have the dollar amount, but there are checks, as it was said by our previous finance officer, that are submitted on a monthly basis to, I think it was Emerald and I think Paula Brown Academy, so Paula Brown Leadership Academy. So those students are assigned to our district, but we're paying other entities to educate those students. And so it's East Arcadia today. Within the next 5 years or next 4 years, there's going to be other schools as well. Our education is changing, and I plead with the board that we start looking at different ways to keep students in our county and to keep students in the public school system of Bladen County. The people of East Arcadia, some folks are saying, well, no parents are present, they're not here, grandparents, that doesn't have any factor. The people of East Arcadia, people of Carvers Creek, the people of Kelly, council, those areas, they have shown up for us at the polls. And I think it's only fair that we show up for them in the boardroom. So those are a lot of concerns that I think that we, meaning that there were a narrow level of options. And so we don't necessarily have to have any calculations. Mr. Lennon, I don't want to put you on the spot. We just don't know the exact amount down to $1. Based on the previous conversation, it was something else, and there was not numerous bids. So by any regards, I think I've already said what I'm going to say, so don't even worry about defense. Say that again. You said you did over $200,000. Okay. So I think with that, not to negate what you have done, but what we're saying is that when we talk about neglect, the school is still behind other schools. And so whenever I was there, just to use for an example, and this goes beyond you, that's why I didn't want, and I don't ever want to point the finger at you. I think a lot of you, Mr. Lennon, but I want to get in the weeds with you, but I will say this. Whenever I was there, I was very surprised at the things that they don't have. I met with the principal, and I'm just going through, I'm used to seeing, when we went to Clarkton School of Discovery, we had our board meeting, Maya was in Raleigh or wherever she was, and we were able to correspond with her, then had a camera, all the other stuff. Went to East Arcadia, there was a laptop with a cord connected to the TV. And so unless the person switched this thing around and you couldn't tell who was talking and some of those other things. So basic things, and again, and we start, right, whenever I say neglect, I want to be sure now, Mr. Lennon, now, okay. But I said neglect of East Arcadia School. I never said maintenance. You took that on yourself.
Any other school, I can please,
Mm-hmm.
so I only been doing it 4 years, but I've been.
Okay, and thank you so much for your work. Thank you so much for your service. But I will say, I don't think, and if I did, please correct me, I don't think I mentioned maintenance. I think I said that it was stepping back in time going to East Arcadia. So that was an implosion of a multitude of things, and I don't want to isolate you and make you feel as if that was to single you out. I think there's more than enough blame and responsibility to go around from everyone. So even though you did do some things, there are still some other things in different areas that have just fallen behind. To see the pain or the lack thereof, I don't want to say what department that may fall under, but okay. What's that? East Arcadia students painted it? Painting, outside. I know. I wouldn't want to put that on you, Mr. Vitti, and say you painted that. I believe I could do a better job if I was blindfolded looking at that building. So those are some of the things. I like Mr. Lennon. I like his son, too. So we have a good relationship. Now, if it had been anybody else, I probably would have responded a little bit different. But those are some of the concerns. We have to be sure that we take a stand. And what's happening to East Arcadia, we're going to see this more often. We need to figure out how do we fix the train tracks versus saying close it down. All right, so those are my comments. Those are some of the concerns that I have, and I hope that those sentiments have trajected to the board in your ears, and as you think of some of the things that you plan to do as far as voting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kwarkowski.
One more quick question, Dr. Atkinson. Another concern was the kids getting to school so late that they wouldn't have time to eat. What time would these buses get there, and would the students have time to eat before class begins?
Let me pull up those routes. We do breakfast in the classroom, and so they actually grab and go breakfast. Let me pull these routes to see when their arrival time is to school. Give me 1 second. Let me get back to that.
You know, I was, Dr. Atkinson, I've had the luxury of living in Elizabethtown my entire life, and it's always been within the city limits of Elizabethtown. So I'm accustomed to getting on the bus, 7:35, 7:40, 7:45, just to make it to school in time. And if we missed the bus, we were so close to the schools that we could drive cars from one. And then secondly, some folks walk to school. And so everyone doesn't have that convenience. Whenever I was younger, I remember some of the kids from East Arcadia and from Kelly saying they got on the bus early in the morning. That's just not been my experience. And hearing parents say this, it's been surreal. And to hear a bus driver say that she would routinely use her jacket to cover students by the roadway so that the student could empty their bladder, that's alarming to me, that we would ask kids pre-K, kindergarten.
37 proposed will ride back at Clarkton School Discovery in the morning at 7:30. Bus 39, let me scroll down. It's also showing around 7:30. The other two that were obviously on the Bladen Lake side would, let me scroll down. So it's around approximately 7:30 is what is, you know, there's always different factors, I mean, from time to
What time
time.
the classes begin?
Right now, they presently start 7:45 is that first bell, 7:55, I think instruction begins. All elementary schools on the same schedule. 7:55 is when the instructional day begins.
And is it your opinion that all the students concerned would have a chance to grab some food and get something to eat before class starts?
With that time, absolutely is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
One thing that I'll share, I know Mr. Thomas, you'd asked, I think you were talking about charter school information, cost per pupil.
If you don't have it, don't worry about it.
I have it. I actually emailed it to you Friday evening, and I shared it with all the board a little while ago. I realized I had not put them on there. I'll share this out so folks know. And I've actually, what we've done so far, we've paid 4 months on charter students. And what happens is the local, and the per pupil can modify depending, you know, it looks at that month as it is. So there may be money in, money out, but it looks at that. And so I'll address the charter school first, and I'll come out and give you all the meal allocation and that. It's in your email now if y'all want to pull it up.
Yeah, I have it pulled.
Right now, a grand total for the first 4 months, and it's by school, let's see, 3, 6, 9. There are 11 charters that we send money to. Only 2 of them are physically located in Bladen County. So they can attend online, they can attend wherever. So through the first 4 school months, these are the amounts that have been paid from Bladen County money. This is actually something I wanted to address in our budget message. If we all approve the budget, now I'm going to also let them know that you all got to realize when you give us a budget line or a budget amount, this comes off the top pretty much. I don't think they really realize that. And a lot of times that money is going outside of Bladen County. And so right now, through the first 4 school months, to the classical charter of Whiteville, $54,785.97. To classical charter of Leland, $14,519.25. Classical charter of Southport, $1,548.72. That would be 1 student. Paul R. Brown, $68,724.45. That does not include the capital outlay money that the commissioners give them directly. That does not include that amount. That's just from what comes from Bladen County. Same will be true for Emerald when I get there. Southeastern Academy, $10,841.04. That's Robinson County. NC Virtual Academy, that's not to be confused with the North Carolina Virtual Public School, which is a public school. That is $14,906.43. Alpha Academy, it appears to be 1 student, $1,548.72. There was a charter we've paid in the past. It looks like, I don't think they've got any money this year for any students. Classical Charter of Wilmington. Emerald Bladen gets $478,941.66. That's our biggest hit. Thomas Academy, Lake Waccamaw, $3,097.44. There's also a North Carolina Cyber Academy at $10,000. $453.86. What that equates to right now as of month 4, and again, this changes by month, classical charter of Whiteville 69. And this is folks that have Bladen County residents. So it doesn't matter if they go out of county, we have to send Bladen County money outside of Bladen County. And so you have classical charter of Whiteville 69 students, classical charter of Leland 17, classical charter of Southport would have been 2. It's actually 1 based on that expenditure so far. And the reason why is that per pupil amount's lower because it's divided among those. Paul R. Brown, 100. Southeastern Academy, 14. NC Virtual Academy, 19. Alpha Academy, 2. Classical charters at 0. Emerald Bladen, 617. Thomas Academy, 4. NC Cyber Academy, 13. Emerald Bladen is K-8. And one time they had tried to do high school. They did it 1 year and backed out because they realized high school was a little more complicated than where we are. So those if you total that up, and I haven't ran that total across the spreadsheet. If you total that up, that is basically what comes, and that's just 4 months. There's 9 months. So you could take that divided by 4, get an average of a monthly, times 9. That total has to be written from a check from Bladen County Schools, money that's given to Bladen County Schools from the county commissioners. That has to go to 2 places in the county and 9 others outside the county that are not attending. So when the allocation comes, the way the law is written, they get the basically what equates to that the dollar amount for those students in that month. They cannot bill. It has to be monthly because they cannot bill us for students that do not attend. And so, out the gate, probably at least half of that is going outside the county. I don't think they understand that when they give us a budget, when they say, okay, we're going to give you $9 million for the year. Well, off the top, you might as well go ahead and on an average and say, well, X number of dollars is going to be gone because it's got to go to charter. But in theory, what they're saying is we're giving Bladen County Schools this amount for Bladen County Schools to do that, and that's not true. That total amount is not coming to Bladen County Schools.
Right.
That total amount's coming, and we're having to in turn write a check to students who would be attending here going elsewhere.
Right.
And so I think and what they're thinking is, oh, we're giving y'all $9 million. Well, you're giving it to us, but 1.5 whatever it ends up being is going right back out the door. And so we still got buildings to operate. We still got kids to teach.
Right.
And so that makes a big hurt on the local budget side. They get direct state and federal. Bladen County was one of the first counties that gave capital outlay money to charter schools. Paul R. Brown and Emerald got money directly from the county. I'm not sure where they got it from. But it came from a pot that they have. I don't know if they took it from our sales tax or what. We don't know that. We just get an amount that says this is what your allocation is for the year. And so that makes it complicated. We can do it like you all will see here in a little bit for approval, the local budget request. We're at $2 million, and that's not building stuff. That's local services. But we need that 2.1 for these 12 schools and district that's in Bladen. Now, if we got to send money out the door, we're going to need more money because really that's what we're saying we need to sustain services and do those things we need for this system. And I think that's where some of I don't know that they necessarily think that. That's the way the law was written. They've also tried to push to get fund date, which is restricted. That means grants. They hadn't gotten it yet, but they're still pushing the envelope. Grants that Bladen County Schools write for Bladen County Schools, they're trying to get that money too. And they hadn't gotten it yet because they've stopped that in the law, but that can happen. So a grant that a school writes for their school could possibly down the road have to share that with charter for kids that don't attend there. And so that's what makes it complicated when you start dealing with funding. And I understand, I'll say this, I'm going to be honest. There was folks that have shared, and we know this is tough. And as a parent, I see this. There's schools that I attended, that I was in school, that my schools no longer exist, or they become something else. I can say that sometimes there's people that may speak to that, and I understand that. But folks have been in places where they could have an impact, because we're not a taxation group, but the county commissioners are. And so when it's not just a school board, I understand there's a lot of challenges, but we can only spend what we've been given. And so when there's been needs, we know this is going out the door. One thing I'll add, I know you asked about per pupil, and I'll give you, this is the current estimated, or we can see in the system again, sometimes this moves. Federal allocation, $1,224.23 per pupil. State is $8,000, that's our larger one, $8,474.64 per pupil. Now, also in addition, any student that's identified as EC for the number of kids up to 13%, y'all have heard Ms. Whitesmith say we're
Right.
about 16%. So they pay additional $4,370.49 up to 13% of our EC population. That would be that. Otherwise, there's no additional fund. That's to just those EC specific. So the 8,400 does not include any EC services there. Local ends up being about, right now, in the current month that was pulled. We probably, I'm sure Ms. Bethea, we probably got invoices in here now for the next time or on the way in. $1,721.72 was the actual local per pupil. Meal reimbursements. For lunch, from this, I think it's USDA, is that right, Ms. O'Brien? $4.71 per meal back per child. Breakfast is $2.94. Snack is $1.26, and the supper program is $4.91. What that is that allows us, with those rates, we are a no-cost breakfast and lunch district. We don't charge a kid anything for any meals. Some folks in the state, when COVID kind of went through, now they're having to charge. Thankfully, we're not having to charge free and reduced. That caused another nightmare when kids who maybe couldn't afford lunch. But honestly, when you think about rising food costs, those reimbursements do not keep up. And so what happens when child nutrition starts getting low, then we have to take local dollars of ours to make them whole. At the end of the day, if we want to do everything and we try our best to do everything and we end up zeroing out, so the county commissioners have to make the school district whole. And so if we do everything the right way, spend every dollar, if we give every child every need, we go 500,000 in the hole. The county of Bladen. So my whole premise is, why not give us the money up front to take care of the needs and not have to potentially get to where we're touching fund balance because there's not enough local money to go. I think that's a big thing. A part of this conversation is that, a lot of money goes right back out the door when it comes in, which makes it hard to do things and make decisions like that. So definitely, there's a lot of things to think about with that.
Dr. Atkinson, so what we're looking at with the amount of dollars that are going outside of our county and also to some of the other schools that are housed in Bladen County, just in my mind, it sounds as if it's going to be it could potentially be a financial strain by closing East Arcadia School with the number of students that may opt to leave the traditional schools of Bladen County. They may decide to go to the Paul I. Brown Leadership Academy. They may decide to go to Emerald. They may decide to go to Columbus County, to some of those other schools, or the ones that you listed. And what you provided, this is awesome information. This goes well beyond what I was asking in my email, and I definitely can appreciate that, so I want to acknowledge it. But it sounds as if we're making these large payments on a monthly basis, that is going to increase, or it has the potential to increase by the closure of East Arcadia School. And so then we start asking some of the other questions about sustainability. We start asking questions about staff, consolidating positions. So I want folks to think beyond, hey, listen, this is a sore, and let's just cut East Arcadia off. This is actually has the potential to negatively impact our budget long run.
Well, and one thing, and under the, obviously we don't know parents, they got so many choices now. They can now go private and get paid to send their kids to private school.
Yeah.
And that comes off of state dollars, and we want, that's another elephant in the room. One thing that I think that is mindful too, we're projecting, obviously, the proposal was for them hopefully to stay in the system, but you're right, but we have kids now that really should be in East Arcadia, that they're going to Brunswick County and Leland. Now, we've already lost that because if they're teaching that LEA, then that LEA picks them up on their ADM. If it's a charter they're attending outside, we're already paying that bill. And so we know from time to time, and it might be I think a lot of it goes where parents are working, and I understand parents want to be near their children. I'd want the same thing. This is difficult because that, we've heard the statement made, y'all got to make some difficult decisions, about money, and I'm like, well, we know that, but we have not been given what we've asked for. I know my tenure, 5-6 years, and probably before that, and I go back to you're talking about when East Arcadia was a K-8 school. I can remember when that was changed and 5-8 was sent to Elizabethtown. And I think some of the premise was, they didn't have enough to make sports team, various different reasons. I was not superintendent then. I was actually not in C&I at that point either. But, I don't know all that. But, at that point, you had a K-8. We tried, some of the money that Mr. Lennon addressed, talking talked about with the, I think that was for the lead abatement. That was to get pre-K back down there. Pre-K lasted 1 year. We didn't have the numbers to bring the pre-K back a second, but we tried to make that investment because we know if you can get a pre-K program going, that's actually one good thing. What also hurts the community, obviously, is, I think it was a Head Start or another group that closed. I think someone mentioned last week about BCC and some things. That has been taken out. And so I think it's a bigger picture. I know we have our things to look at, and I know we can, and just like with the capital, my reasoning, I even mentioned that, was because I did not list any of these things on that, and we kind of went back and forth on that last month. We have it to be added. One challenge Mr. Lennon has gone through, especially on like the septic, for example, it is hard to get folks to come out. In fact, I think they want Mr. Lennon, engineering and things, to even give a price on what that would be. And that might have been a preliminary number, and different things that would have had. But, there's things that impact the school system that are outside the school system's control that hurt us. That charter off the top, not keeping up, because we know fuel, all that stuff goes up, that's going up for everybody.
Right.
And that's a huge all the way. And so I think just it's not a good place to have to be in to make a decision. So, and I'd be the first one to say that that it is tough. You think about it from, like I said, a fiscal standpoint. You also think about it from, as a parent. And so it's a lot to think through.
Dr. Atkinson, this is my last thing. I saw where it says reassignment of Elizabethtown Primary School, and I hope I'm reading this right. I wrote down 59 students, and for Bladenboro Primary, it's 74 students. So those students would be reassigned from those schools to Clarkton School Discovery.
That is highly possible. Those were students
Yeah,
that would.
we've not had any discussion, and
that-
whenever I saw that, that was like, wait a
Yeah,
second. am I
all that
reading this
is,
right?
and we just kind of showed, and that would be, we'd have to come back and take action on, that'd be something else. That was to show if, that would be students who are currently, when Booker T closed, these would be students, because we asked transportation to pool, anyone that lives in that Clarkton attendance zone, that may be attending elsewhere, and that number of kids actually live in what would have been the old Booker T, Clarkton School Discovery attendance zone, but they're going to those two schools. And so that was just kind of, and that's like an if-then, but that would be only, we'd have to work through, that would be if the board took action this, and we'd have to go now and say, okay, we're going to work through the reassignment, if that was the board's pleasure, to look at those kids that would already be in that attendance zone that are, effectively, we've been busting them out because that school had been, Booker T was closed. That was, Ms. Brown was the last principal of Booker T. In fact, she was there whenever the school closed.
So then that goes into reassigning students that were already reassigned.
That would
So
bring-
that
that
we're in
would
the
actually
attendance
appear
zone,
bring
and then
them-
we reassign them somewhere else, and then we're gonna reassign them back into their.
They would,
It's a
right.
lot, it's gotta be
Yeah,
some consistency.
and I'll tell you honestly, those were, and like you said, there were a lot of decisions that were made before our time.
Yeah, it's not blaming anybody.
And that
it's
would,
just-
and
What we don't
essentially,
wanna do is, under
Right.
your tenure, under
Right.
your leadership,
Yeah.
we don't wanna have those things to go
Right.
back. We have to look strategically and
Right.
also long-term.
And I
having
think
those
it-
conversations up front are
Right.
necessary.
and I think the thing is that, what would essentially happen, if, the board would look at that would put them back where they would really be would have been if, and there was never a conversation even then for Clarkton to be K-8. I think that was when everything was going on with potentially trying to get a new school built. And that was part of that, there was a lot of things, again, before our time, but we are seeing residual effects and process through that, so.
Any other discussion? Mr. Davis?
To add to what Mr. Thomas has stated, and as I see it and hear all the concerns and all the things that he's pointed out, as I stated last board meeting, I was gonna go back and look at my notes and my stuff, and I went back and pulled information from April of 2024. And at that board meeting, we had a lot going on, but there was some specific notes that were put in place and that were discussed about East Arcadia. And giving all the credit to Mr. Lennon for everything that he has done, I want to first and foremost say that because he has a tough job. And I know it's tough because I do it on a daily basis. And at the end of the day, he can only do what he's allowed to do. We must always respect his opinion, even though we might not agree with him. But he's the first person that's on the job, seeing it from day to day, and he's the one leading the crew that tells them what to do and when to do it, and he's the one that's getting the bids for us to get those things taken care of. So my hat goes off to you, Mr. Lennon, for everything you've done and that you'll continue to do for Bladen County Schools. Back in 2024, East Arcadia, some things that were looked at, and I know the pain that he spoke of, because I personally went down into the school and looked at the actual areas that needed the painting done, and he did take care of that stuff on the inside. I actually even walked the area of the school that had those concerns with the principal. And he and I discussed in depth some things that were taking place, like the HVAC systems and everything else, because we had issues with mold and all those other things in the school system. And we didn't want the kids to be in that area until we got those things corrected, so we could feasibly put them back into that part of the school and be able to utilize it as we should. So, as it was stated during that time, just in East Arcadia, it was stated that, and Mr. Lennon, you may remember these figures, but it was stated back then that the septic system was around $500,000. That was a number that was thrown about. The windows needed to be replacing. That was somewhere around in the amount of $375,000. And then the exterior painting, which has not been done, which should have already been done by now. But once again, he can only do what we tell him to do, or we make the decision to do based on the dollar amount that definitely falls within Mr. Atkinson's, Superintendent Atkinson's array of powers to make sure those things happen. That number was $50,000. And then there was some HVAC units that we had issues with. And Mr. Benton, you can help us out with the total number that is defective at this point. But I think if I wrote my notes correctly, it was somewhere in the area of 8 HVAC units within the county that we had issues with at that time. Now, I know some of the other ones have been corrected. They've been fixed. During the same time that this was going on, we had some other major issues right across the street at E-Town Middle. I personally went in there and saw and took pictures of those areas, and I brought those concerns back to the board. Since then, every single thing over there has been corrected. Windows have been put in, floors have been corrected, seals around the windows where you actually had holes big enough. I mean, they were big as this screen on this computer here, where animals could crawl through it and call in and come into school. Every single bit of it has been corrected. Those kids have a viable place to attend school. They have what they need over there. And I'm sure there's some more things that they may need, but at the end of the day, we fixed it. However, what we did not do is we did not fix East Arcadia School. We did not do that. We continue to send kids to that school on a daily basis, pay the transportation costs, and even it was cut because they only have 3 buses down there now, and when I was at SRO, they had 5. So that means that kids are leaving, and you wonder why. Nobody wants to send their kid to a school that looks like it's falling down. You don't even want to live in a house that's falling down. That is our responsibility. We cannot put that responsibility on the parents, and we cannot put it on the kids. And if it wasn't for them, we would not be here. We wouldn't have a reason to be here. And the state does their part, and we can sit here and call out the numbers and the figures as to all the money that's coming to Bladen County schools. Yeah, and the state says, I've done my part, because they have. They sent the money here. The fact that we don't have the money is our fault, because we have failed these schools. We have failed the students. And so therefore the parents make the decision, which is clearly in the Bill of Rights, Parent Bill of Rights, they can do what they want to do, and they take their kids to other places They don't worry about the money that's gonna take care of the kids because the state's already giving the money. It's coming to our account, depositing our account, and we turn around, write the check right back out and give it to the school that's doing the right thing. They're keeping their classes looking like they should look. All the devices and technology in those classrooms are there. As we've already had the conversation about the facility over at Bladen Lakes in the cafeteria, that should have never happened. And that's just an example. Those things had to be fixed as well because we have a responsibility to feed these kids and provide the food to them the way it should be provided. And not just feed them anything and just say, well, we did our part and check the block. No, it's got to be done right. And the state holds us accountable. Now, they don't come down here and walk in our offices and check us and say, what did you do wrong this month? What did you do wrong that month? They don't do that. That's a superintendent's job. And we pay him a lot of money to do that. It's his job. Culture at these schools, the culture at these schools is not where it needs to be. The culture is the problem. Those total amounts that I just called out came to $1.2 million, over $1.2 million, which I personally know. I went to the meeting in Raleigh and, Greensboro, and we had $1.1 million sitting there that we hadn't even used. And it covers the repairs to these schools. And none of it went to East Arcadia. None of it. $1.1 million was allocated. It was just sitting there, and nobody said, hey, that's our money. Come, we want it. We need it. Please come and get it. The lady I spoke to, she said, it's here. It's been sitting there for some time, but nobody's requested it. I brought the information back at a board meeting to the superintendent and the board members, and that money was very, very soon allocated to Bladen County Schools, but none of it was spent in East Arcadia. Not one dime. So as the school is falling down around the staff and the students, I've heard some board members say they went and visited the school and the student was sitting in the office, laying down in the office, and nobody to instruct the kid. Nobody. I don't know if that's because the teacher was not there yet, or because the teacher had to leave, or what the situation may have been. But at the end of the day, we still have an obligation to teach that kid. And we failed them. We have failed them. Along with that, I have notes here that during that time, we were considering, once again, shifting kids from East Arcadia to Clarkton School Discovery. And it was stated then at that point in time that East Arcadia was growing. It was headed in the right direction. But when, again, the culture is not where it needs to be, and the parents come to the school and see that their kid is sitting in the office when they should be in a classroom getting instruction, or we having to feed kids in the classroom because we don't have nobody in the cafeteria to feed them, it's just not right. And if there's any board member that thinks it's okay, I personally want to have a conversation with you. Because I can tell you right now, I don't think it is. And we can have that conversation every day of the week and 5 times on Sunday. We have a responsibility and we are not getting it done. Now, we've had Plainview closed. We've had Booker T. Washington closed. And I'm sure each one of them had their own level of concerns. I'm absolutely sure of that. I was not a board member when Booker T. Washington closed, but I was when Plainview closed. And I know we had the issues there. And at that time, those issues were so far gone that we could not turn around and fix it. Now we're having the same thing happen to East Arcadia School. We have gone so far and so long doing the wrong thing that it's gone to the point of, is there any point of return? So the only thing you got to do, on the board's suggestion or certain members of the board's suggestions is to shift them to this school and shift the other ones to this school, and hopefully it works out. But who pays the price? These kids pay the price. And it's not right. When I went to school, I didn't have to get on the bus at 5:30 in the morning until I became a bus driver. And then I was on the bus at 5:30 in the morning, sweeping my bus and doing my PDIs to make sure that the bus was like it needed to be so I could safely transport kids to and from school. But no kid got on my bus before 6:30 in the morning. And that was a kid, and you probably even know him because he's a professional, he was a personal baseball player, Mr. Godwin's son, way down on the far end of the county. Now, I had to drive 45 minutes to pick him up. He was my first child. But even then, at that point, he got to school at a decent time. They understood why. We are not getting it done. We are not getting it done. We are not getting it done. We spent an enormous amount of money in E-Town Middle, no problem. All that can be done. And there was issues over there that had to be pointed out. Everything from the school sign to the culture around it. I went over there, the grass wasn't even being cut. The grass wasn't even being cut here. And we immediately jumped on that and fixed it. Baseball field looked terrible. We jumped on that and fixed it. Why didn't we do the same thing in East Arcadia School? We talked about the gym in that area that was falling down. And we all know that that gym is very important to the people in that community because there's so many activities that take place in that gym. Not only for the county, because the county holds their elections in that gym, but at the school as well. The school should be a place where the kids and the families can go and pour into and it be given back to them. Yeah, we require them to take care of it. And we've even updated our policy currently that says that if you want to use the schools, the county's facilities, there's a process, and that process has changed. Because we want to make sure that the money that we're putting into the schools, it stays there, and you don't go and just destroy it and think we can go back and just fix it over and over and over again. Again, materials cost. So I understand that. But at the end of the day, we are failing East Arcadia students. And that's why the parents are picking them up and saying, hey, I'm going to take my kid across the county line, and then Bladen County is going to pay the bill. So they're not concerned about that. But it should be a concern of this board, and it should be a concern of the superintendent. Everything that we need to do to keep our kids and our teachers in Bladen County needs to be done. We've talked about even hiring teachers in every subject necessary and that's required by the state. And we've done those hiring events and things of that sort. And I personally have talked to at least 3 very, very, very educated. I mean, each one of them got at least 3 masters. Matter of fact, one has got 3 masters and a doctorate. At the end of the day, and they said they would not come to Bladen County. Would not come to Bladen County. We need to be the district that everybody wants to be in, not run away from. Enough is enough. You can sit on this panel and you can say, I've done this and I've done that and I've done. At the end of the day, everybody's got their own story. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, and dust clears, it's about the kids. And if it ain't about them, we're wrong. Bottom line, we're wrong. The coach is incorrect. We're still spending money in Bladenboro Middle and Bladenboro Primary, trying to fix the school over there that's falling down, but ain't nobody saying nothing about spending that kind of money in East Arcadia. And I love the kids in Bladenboro Middle just as much as I love the ones in East Arcadia. I worked in that school as well. Worked with a bunch of educated, very, very professional. Matter of fact, one just passed. I was sad to hear that. But she was very, very professional at Bladenboro Middle. And you could never go to her and she not be concerned about a child. Even if it wasn't in her classroom. She was concerned, and the principal never asked her to do something, and she told the principal no. Never. Mrs. Storm was professional. Some of you, I'm sure, know her. Very, very professional lady. I'm looking forward to going to her final proceedings. She walked the walk, she talked the talk every day. She looked the part, played the part, and was about the part. And if you ain't doing them 3 things every single day, you don't deserve to be here. I'll tell you that. Have your opinion about me, whatever it is, I don't care. You probably know I'm that person, because I definitely am. But if you're not looking the part, playing the part, and being about the part every single day, as Mr. McVicker says, a lot, that's one thing I learned from him. Yes, sir. He's about that every day. And he does it well. We have got to make a change, Bladen County. We have got to make a change. We have got to make a change. We've got to push kids, take care of teachers. I mean, how long have they been fighting for pay? God knows. I know it's been 4 years, because I've been on the board 4 years. I know since I've been there, been fighting for not getting enough money. We got to find ways to keep these principals here and keep these teachers here. Because the next county over going to grab them and pay them $5 more and maybe a little small stipend for fuel or something and get the best of the best. And now we're left with nothing. The kids pay the price. Me and Mr. Benton have talked about retesting several times because we want to make sure those kids get the opportunity to do better. If we fail them in any way, then we got to go back and retest them, retrain them and retest them. That is the way, as my gentleman right here sitting here knows, that is the Army's way. Train and retrain. We don't kick you out. We take you from where you're at, we'll make you better. And at the end of the day, when you hit your 20-year stint, you're a master sergeant, hitting on all cylinders, badged out, and you're doing great things. You can take care of your family the way you need to. Sitting right in the front row, we have a lady that's been in education for, I'm thinking 30 years. Is that right, ma'am? Or better?
Mr. Davis, let's stay on course here.
Okay, I am on course. I'm not off course.
Yes, sir.
Just because I'm not saying what you want me to say don't mean I'm off course.
Well, we got,
Okay, at the end of the day,
I'm trying to be respectful, sir, but we're going off course
but if
here.
you're,
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, if you're trying to be respectful, let me finish my comments.
Yes, sir.
Without you interrupting, that would be the most respectful thing you could do.
Well, I'm trying to be respectful,
Okay,
sir.
well, then at the end
Let's
of the
stay
day,
on-
let me finish.
Let's stay on
But
point
this
here.
right here is a deterrence. Everybody know you the board chair for a few more months, thank God.
Hey, there you go, baby. I got 7 more.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give it all I got.
I know you will.
I sure will.
I trust him. I'm gonna give it all I got too.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well,
at the end of the day,
let's
at the end of the
let's
day,
give it-
my
let's give
last
it something
comment
here.
is this.
Call for questions, sir.
My last comment and what I'm saying is this. The notes that I have stated that the attendance at East Arcadia School had grown. It was going in all the right direction. And then, because we moved pre-K from there, it took a significant amount of kids away from that school, which dropped their enrollment again. But we have got to reinvest in East Arcadia. I think it would be beneficial to the community, and I think it would be beneficial to the students in Bladen County. We don't even have we don't even have the sufficient number of bus drivers in the county, which is another issue that we need to address. But that's a whole nother thing. I just think that we need to relook at how we're approaching this thing, and we need to go in the right direction. Put the kids first, fight for the kids always, and I think we'll be okay. That's my rant.
Thank you, sir. We've got second, we've got discussion. All those in favor by signifying by raising your right hand to close and consolidate.
I'm sorry. You answered my question.
Okay. Raise your right hand. All those opposed? 5-4. 5-4. 5-4. 4 against.
Mr. Chairman, if you would please.
As we voted, at this time that we need to propose the date, or we'll leave the date as 26, June of 26,
I propose the next school year.
next school year.
What do you say about next?
27,
27.
27.
End of 27?
So you're talking June of 27?
Yes, sir.
I think it would be cleanest to have a second motion,
Yes,
just so
sir.
that there's no confusion.
On the closure date.
I'm sorry, yes, on the closure date.
So can we get a motion on the floor to approve
And if you would,
closing the store, the school, in June of 27?
and if you would, please, would you do that motion by board members raising their hand?
If you'll let me get there.
Okay.
I mean,
you didn't
I
do it
mean, I
before.
just
You
asked
didn't-
for
you didn't
that.
do it before.
I mean, Jesus. So we got a motion on the floor
Sick of it.
to approve the closure of East Arcadia of June of 27, June 30th of 27, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor by signifying by raising your right hand.
Now, okay.
All opposed? So we got 6-3. Okay, so we'll close it in 2026, June of 26, is that correct?
Don't we have to vote on that?
Yeah,
Yeah. Hold on,
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
go
'cause
back.
That was done wrong.
So now I get a motion on the
That was
floor.
one vote.
Can I get a motion on the floor to approve the closure of June of 26? We got a motion to approve. Do I have a second? June of 26, this year. I have,
It went from 26
I
to
have a
27.
second.
The motion for 27 failed.
The motion for 27
Yeah, it failed 3-6.
failed 3-6.
correct.
So now we've got a motion on the floor to close it June of 26, June 30th of 26. Okay, can I get a motion on, I got a move, I need a second. Got a second. Any discussion?
Yes, can we have those, as we vote, can we have those names be, they have the board member, state their name?
No, we're gonna raise our
Okay, then we
hands.
can raise hands, but we just
I
wanna
mean,
make sure who
everybody
they are.
can see us online and everybody can see us out here. We don't need to state our name. My name's right there in front of my desk. So we have a second
Yeah.
and we have discussion. All those in favor of closing it in June 30th of 26, raise your right hand. All opposed? So, 4, so what now? So you got, so we'll so it's all, so all of it's filled.
Yeah, unless somebody wants to make a motion to close it another time, but that's.
Yeah, unless you want to make a motion to close it and we vote another time.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second on the floor of the table. Council, sir.
So I just want to be clear. It appeared to me from the first motion, the very first one, that you voted to close it without a date.
That's right.
And then it appears that you then tried to close it June of 2027, and that failed.
Yes.
And then June of 2026, and that failed.
Yes, sir.
So procedurally, you have a closure vote without a date, which
Right.
puts the superintendent in a slightly awkward spot of being directed by the board to close it,
Right,
but without providing any direction as to when it is supposed to be closed.
right.
So it,
So,
First closure date that was suggested was in 2027, not 2026. The second closure date was in 2026.
that's right. He just said that.
I want to make sure that that's clear.
He just said that.
Okay, that's fine. I said it again.
First motion, yeah, first motion
Was
was to close.
27?
It was 27.
Right. And
right,
then
so
20
you've created a procedural quandary
Yes,
that will be difficult in its current state to advise the superintendent of what he is being directed to do.
yes, sir.
And as long as you understand that you have created this quandary for staff as to whether and when to close it, I think that's okay, as long as everybody understands that you have complicated the direction to the superintendent by not providing a date.
Yes, sir. Hold on, Mr. Clarkowski?
Sir, did I not hear on the very last vote, the date of June 2026?
June 30th of 26, yes, sir.
And that's what we voted on?
That was the last one, yes, sir.
But it did not pass.
But it did not pass.
Right.
There were 4 in favor and 5 against. There were 3 in
Right.
favor of 2027 and 6 against.
So-
So the first motion was without a date, which means that arguably he can close it whenever he gets
wants to.
ready, I guess.
Yeah.
Because the board is choosing not to provide any actual direction to the superintendent other than to close the school.
Right.
So you have voted to close it. You just have not given him direction as to when.
I'm
So
sorry,
if
I
you
thought
were
it
to
was,
call
I thought
me
it
and
was
ask
4 to 5 to not close it.
Right, are we
to not close it,
right, so are we able to, go ahead, Steve.
It wasn't voted to close it.
Go ahead.
It was opposed to close it.
No,
it
we
did not
voted to
provide-
close it, we just, the date to close
Correct.
it was the second
Correct.
two. Correct.
In
Correct.
this
So-
case, excuse me, Rob, so that way it's clarity for the superintendent. Based on from legal advice, should we go and vote again now to see if we can come up with a majority as to which year it closes? Because we don't want to leave it out there that the superintendent has unclear directive or has the autonomy to close. He may say close tomorrow. So there needs
He's
to
not
be
gonna
some,
do
well, we don't know that. There is you know what?
I do think.
Because it's not been voted, you could shake your tail if you want.
Common
Bottom
sense,
line
bud.
is
Common
that if we
sense.
don't get clear direction, then that's just it. I'm gonna tell you this, let me say this as a matter of record, there's an old saying, I wanna say this to you, Mr.
You
Chairman, I'm
say
gonna
it,
hold
man,
on.
say it.
Is that my grandmother used to say, you, get a little too grown for your britches.
No, man.
If you disrespect
know
me
my
one more
worth, sir.
time, there's gonna
I
be an
know
issue.
my worth.
Yeah, I want you, evidently the voters don't know your worth, cause you
That's
won't be
fine.
coming back here.
Woo, gracious, man.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
I'm
because
so
you don't-
offended, man.
You should be
Thank you for
offended.
the maturity, sir. That's awesome.
I'm immature, and you
Hey,
said common sense, you
you're
can't
out here,
construct a
sir. Look at all
sentence.
this, and now you're throwing shade at me, man.
No, I'm
that's
speaking facts now.
This
I'm
is,
being
this
very
is
big.
Bladen County Schools, right?
We closed the school on June 30th, 26.
So we made a motion, got a motion on the floor to close the school in June 30th of 26. I've got a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, discussion being, I do want to say this. You could take this as a grain of salt. I will not be disrespected again. Woo, thank you.
Absolutely. All those in favor by closing the school June 30th of this year, 26, raise your right hand. All those opposed? So it's, it's the same result, right?
Yeah, so I just think that I guess the superintendent and I will.
If I could make a motion that I would like to, if we're entertaining motions, that we vote again to close East Arcadia School June 30th of 2027.
There is a motion on the floor and a second to close it in June 30th of 27. Any discussion? All those in favor of that motion to close it in June 30th of 27, raise your right hand. All those opposed?
That's how important it is, people. That's just how important it is.
I think that it's an interesting procedural place to leave the superintendent, and we will discuss it after the meeting and try to provide him some advice in terms of what his options are. But, I mean, you clearly voted to close the school,
Yes, sir.
so he will then have to decide, I guess, what to do with that.
Mr. Semperi.
Yes, sir.
Reason I mentioned the 27 was we have decided the school's gonna close.
Right.
That's over with. Well, it's gonna give the school one more year. Maybe something that God will pull out there will make it come better for the school. Would it be, if it doesn't happen, the school's still gonna close. And then it's gonna give us time to get Clarkton up and running to accommodate the children, instead of throwing everything in 3 months. That was my whole.
I got you.
If I may say this, as a to share that, and I definitely understand what you're saying. It seems as if this is we have more questions than we have answers. And to do this in such a short period of time, to me, is unrealistic. That we have to be sensitive in these discussions. And I just thought it was meaningful that Mr. Clark went down that road and shared that. I think it gives, if we've already voted that the school is going to close, then that's a matter of fact. It's just a date that's out there. And so just to give a lot more, I would be very disappointed if someone said we're going to close in 3 months or 4 months or whenever it is without having those meaningful conversations. It's going to do a lot more damage than it does good.
Yes, sir.
Before we move on to the next item, do you think we could have like a 5-minute recess? I mean, is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, if the board approve. You guys, we got a ways to get there, sir.
I'll take that motion, 5-minute recess.
I got a motion on the floor for a 5-minute recess. Got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by saying aye. All opposed. Back in session. Moving down to 9.2, disposition of Plainview School property, Dr. Atkinson and Attorney Sharon Lynn.
Are we gonna do the?
Well, I mean, are we going to decide on the closure date? You guys want to? Well, it's either we don't decide or we put it on the superintendent. Well, I mean, it's been, we've been out in session for the last hour. I think we said it several times. So. Yes, sir.
No, I don't think you need to continue to vote.
No, sir, we don't.
I think
Thank you.
unless,
That's
if
what I
there's
thought.
not a motion, I think you go on to the next
I
item.
mean, we're just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
So what is the outcome? I just want to be sure
The
that I understand
outcome
it.
is the
I'm asking,
superintendent
may I
has
ask
to
the
make.
legal counsel, what's the outcome, sir?
The board voted to close the school with no direction as to a date. The board took multiple votes to choose a date and was unable to pick a date. So you've closed the school with no date, and, you know, the superintendent now will have to try to figure out what to do with that.
Okay, Board Attorney, I don't think that's feasible for this situation. I know that may be, an option for something else, but I don't think that's feasible for this situation, because we need clear guidance to the superintendent as to what is expected from the board. And it only takes a few minutes to get that clarity, and if it pleases the board, let's please do that. Let's please get clarity so he knows what to do. We don't put him in a bind, but at the same time, let's make clear as to what we're doing. And so not only we know what's to be expected, he knows what to be expected, but more importantly, these people in the community that kids attend these schools, they know what to expect.
Let's let the superintendent close it down.
He may close in 30 days.
All right, so we'll move on to 9.2.
What's your pleasure? Do you have a date in mind or have anything? I just want people to leave with understanding.
I think I'm gonna need to spend some time with council to see before we make a decision. I mean, you gotta look at all the factors. I mean, especially since there's no closure date at this point, we need to kind of talk through, make sure, because, you know, we've covered everything in terms of statutorily. I mean, the way, and kind of what the question came up earlier, the way this recommendation or information was given was given with the, you know, thought of 6/30/26. But when I shared that with the board's decision, you know, to determine if you would want to do 26 or 27, but the study information was geared toward a 6/30/26. I mean, but again, that's based on what was here. But again, when I shared that, it's open, but or want to do it 6/30 or 6/30/27. But we just got to make sure we've covered everything statutorily and all those things on that.
Right, and when you have that conversation, you said you're going to consult with legal counsel in regards to that. If we could be privy to that outcome and how that stands, I just don't necessarily feel comfortable with the superintendent breaking the tie. Because we voted one way not to close in 2026, another way not to close in 2027. So that puts that responsibility on the superintendent. In essence, that would be a tiebreaker to make a decision as to which of the two fiscal years that you would close the school. So if you're going to proceed with having a conversation with him, then we probably just let us know and then have that supporting. And Rod, I'm sure you'll do that anyway. And then that way we'll just have the supporting documentation just in case it's ever needed in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we will discuss it. I mean, I'm honestly not sure what to do with what the board did tonight, so that's something that we'll have to try to sort through and discuss. I mean, the board can provide direction. I mean, and you've got the ability to provide some direction, put some parameters on the closure. So, I mean, this is certainly an opportunity for you to make a decision that provides clarity to the superintendent on what to do. You know, it is, you know, you voted to close the school,
Correct.
and then you got hung up on when to close it,
Right.
obviously. So I'm sure the superintendent would prefer direction from the board as a whole about exactly what you'd like for him to do with this.
And honestly, I mean, I think that needs to be a decision from the board.
Well, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. So I don't know if we need to consider a special call board meeting at a later time, or if we have to hold out until our next meeting, our next board meeting to vote as to what actual date works best for the majority.
I will say too, that the longer that we go, it's gonna be harder to get 26 to happen, if 26 is the pleasure of the board. Because there are gonna be some things we're gonna have to do. Mr. Lennon's got quite a bit of work that he would have to look at, in terms of like, you know, we'll have to look in the section of Clarkton, find all those things, but the further out that if we say we're gonna wait till April, if the board was interested in 26, that's gonna be much harder to do the further we go out. So in that case, 27 would probably be more realistic if we were gonna, you know, push to see. But again, whatever the board's pleasure is, honestly, would be the best direction to go.
Right.
With a clear close date. Because I know one thing we'll have to do too is, I think we have to report in Eddie, when the date that the board votes to close a school. I think we have to actually state the date in the Eddie system. We need to check on that. And if that requires a board date, then the board has to make that decision for that closure date. But that's things we have to kind of dig a little deeper, but it is complicated in the way that it is now.
But Dr. Atkinson, what would be the urgent need to close? And just help me to understand, what would be our urgency to close? If we've already voted that we're going to close the school based on the majority, what would be the benefit in closing in June 30th of this year versus extending that beyond?
Well, just for information's sake, I was just saying that, you know, the way it was built as of 6:30, the board did not designate a closure date. I'm just saying, if we continue, if we did not come to a closure date through board vote, the further out we go, if the board wanted 2026, is all I'm saying, if you all desired 26 and that was a decision y'all made, it would make it harder to make that happen the further out that decision would go, if that makes sense. So realistically, if we go 2 months out for the board directs a closure date, you could say 26, but that wouldn't be realistic, 2 months down the road.
So we need to have a special call board meeting?
Mr. Edwards.
When I made the motion, and I voted on this, and we had all the proposals for the new routes, they're listed, 26, 27. People should have knew what we were voting on, and we passed it. How can you come back and say that you did not look at this? Any board member up here that voted for this to pass, they should be aware it was, the new bus routes are for 26, 27, not 27, 28. You know, this is sad that, I mean, if you voted to pass it, you passed it for June of this year. There's no two ways about it.
And we voted, I'm going to say this, is that the way that it was actually voted, or the motion, it was the closure of East Arcadia School and Consolidation. There was no mention, whether it was in discussion or in any of the motion or the second, of bus routes and some of those other things. So that would be an assumption and not a matter of fact to say that we are closing the school and this is the bus route that we're adopting, because there were questions that Steve, and I can't pronounce his last name, but he had in regards to adding a third, I'm sorry, say it again?
Kwiatkowski.
Mr. Krakowski.
So I think because I couldn't pronounce his last name, but you got me on that one. But
Just
I bet
trying
you
to
if I
help
write
you.
a sentence, I'll get you on that.
That's
But to
fine.
go back to where we were, he did have questions in regards to Spill It. Yeah, I've had questions in regards to third bus and some of the other things, so there were questions that he had. Now I can go all night, Chairman, if you so decide. I got time today. And I guarantee you, I'm not Mr. Davis.
It's all good, sir. So, we can try it one more time, Rob? Yes, sir.
No, I was going to say that I think Mr. Edwards is generally correct, but I think that during the discussion, when the board asked the superintendent for a recommendation, he said whatever the board decides. And that's why I took the motion as not being clear
2020,
that
yeah.
it was, 2026. But
I
I
got you.
mean, I certainly think that the discussion was leaning in that direction. But I think that because the superintendent specifically said whatever the board chooses as a date, that's why it needed a date. And, I mean, certainly it could, the idea of breaking it into two pieces made sense to me to some extent, or enough of us to close it in when you want to close.
Yes, sir.
So that's why, we are where we are, though. Sorry.
You guys want to try again?
Me personally, I don't think that we need to even consider it's, a date in April, as Dr. Atkinson suggested or stated earlier. I mean, if we're gonna close the school and we're totally clear on that we're gonna do that, why would we do it in the middle of the school year?
Mr. Davis, I was not saying, implying closing East Arcadia in April. I was stating if the board pushed the decision into April, the further out you push the decision on the actual closure date, if the board desired for it to be 26, it would not be a reality at that point because you're so close to the end of the year. I was not saying that the school,
When school is not going on and teachers are finding out what school they're gonna work at and the transportation department is redesigning these routes and all that stuff, you got the whole summer to do that and work on that stuff. And no kid is being affected, no parent is having to jump through hoops and have to worry about getting a child up earlier than normal because we closed the school on. That's all I'm saying.
but I was not saying that we would close the school in April of '26. That if the board decided to push their decision of a closing date to April, and if it was the board's desire to be 26, the further we go in the months, the harder, if the board wanted 26, the harder it would be to make that a reality because of all the work that we would need to just make sure how logistically it was not, we would never close unless there was some kind of emergency there, never close a school in the middle of a year like that. But that was just to say if we pushed the decision on an actual date for closure and y'all decided that in the month of April, that just says that if you all desired 26, that would be even hard. The further we go, the harder it's going to be to make 26 that time if that's the board's decision to go with 26. If it's not, and the board wants to go 27, that's not going to matter. But if the board, if that's just looking at both options, that's all that April was referencing was, in theory, the next board meeting.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that it's gonna be 27, it wouldn't matter because obviously we have the time to do what we need to do, put things in place, and everybody, and everyone will be able to do what they need to do and not do it rush. So are you actually saying that statement that it makes sense to close in 27?
I'm saying if we continue to go without an actual,
From that statement?
do I now?
I said, that's what I would take from that statement.
What I'm saying is if we do not decide tonight on either date, if we wait until a future meeting to set a date, if the board said we want to close in 26, not saying it's impossible, but the longer we wait, if 26 is the date, the more difficult it would be potentially because of less time to get there. But if you all, if your decision is 27, another month's not going to matter. It's just going to depend on whichever direction y'all are going.
Because you're basically stating by that comment that if we, the longer we wait, and then we make the date and pop the date up on it, then you gotta jump the hoops to make it happen. Correct?
Yes, the longer it takes, the harder it will be to be June 30th to 26th. I mean, but, we're gonna do what, the direction of the board. So if it is next month, we'll do what we can to make it happen. I'm just,
One more time. I'll make a motion, we close the school on 6/30/26.
We got a motion on the floor to close it on 6/30/26. I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by raising your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All those opposed.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's it. My next recommendation would be,
No.
call a meeting next month, or not next month, but next week, a special call meeting, vote on it. Get with everybody, after tonight, and just try to have that one vote again.
I will say, I agree, Mr. Edwards, and that's what I was mentioning earlier in regards to having a special call board meeting, so that way it's not prolonged until the next, board meeting.
And so, what I'm hearing, just for clarification, is that, to make sure we've got the record correct, the school has been voted to be closed. The request is to look at a special call meeting next week, with the single agenda.
Did we say
item for the
next
purpose of the notice would say for the purpose of setting the closing date of East Arcadia School, and that will be the meeting purpose. Is that what we're?
Did we say next week?
Oh, I mean, whenever special meeting would be, that the notice would say the intent of that meeting is to set a closing date for the
Okay,
school.
gotcha.
Yes, sir.
And we just need to work with the chair to set that meeting, and that'd be the sole agenda item unless something else came up the board needed to deal with.
Yes, sir.
But we'd have to state that in the notice.
All right. So we'll move on to 9.2, disposition of Plainview School property. Dr. Atkinson, Attorney Sheridan Lynn.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. On the line, or joining us virtually, is Attorney Sheridan Lynn with Tharrington Smith. She works a lot with the real estate side of things. And so has been a lot of conversation about the Plainview facility options. We've has been different discussion different times about the general statute and what it says. Without going through everything, we know the county exercise first right of refusal. The board can do that with a fair market value. There are options for that. It is as an action item tonight. Attorney Lynn is going to thank you for being on and for being patient with us this evening. If you can, she'll discuss with the board kind of some of the statutory things, a potential recommendation for the board to consider, which is an upset bid process. And so Attorney Lynn, Chairman Singletary, if that's okay, Attorney Lynn, if you will share with the board some of the statutory things and potential recommendations that would be potentially in the best interest of the board moving forward with that property. We got to turn you up a little bit. Okay. Try that again. Try the master volume there. Oh, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Somewhere.
It still shows muted, I believe. Oh, yeah, that's better.
Okay, perfect. Dr. Atkinson reached out to me, to kind of go over some of the property disposal options now that the Plainview Primary School has been surplus, especially after the school really closed, time to exercise the refusal. So the statute that we're looking at is going to be chapter 160, Article 12, where, there's all different ways that individual unit can dispose of their property. The second is, the ones that are available to
Okay. I have a question, Mayor. Proceed. Are you able to hear? Okay. All right, so I think I saw something in regards to a tax record and what the property was valued at, and so having a commercial realtor to go out and to do an evaluation or to appraise the property. We talked about the upset bid process, which is pretty much very similar to what local government does in relation to delinquent taxes. So with the upset process, what happens if there are no bids on the property that meets the minimum, meaning what the property is valued at? Because I think it says something about fair market value, the fair market rate. If it falls below that, I'm just going to throw out if it's, I don't know, $400,000, and then we have someone to bid $10,000, and that's the only bid that we have. That's essentially low what the property value is. What do we do in those instances? Dispose of the property. Okay. So, okay, Ms. Lynn, you mentioned earlier about trading property with another agency, another entity. There was something that recently took place, and Superintendent, you know more about this than I do. I think that there is the Booker T. Washington, is that leased to Bladen Community College, or have they acquired that property? Yep. Right. So it was they acquired the property. So is it their property, or does it still belong to the school system? Right. So first of all, so I guess did they pay fair market value for that property? What was that sold to them at? Because what we're hearing is a trade of property. It's not saying another educational entity. I just want to be sure.
My knowledge, there was no dollar transfer at all. It was just-
And that's the confusing part, because Ms. Weinstein said something quite differently. She said that the way that the transaction took place, and these were her words and not mine, she said illegal as far as the way that the property was disposed of, or that it was given over to Bladen Community College. And so I don't want us to be in a position that we are, and we've done this, in my opinion, I've seen it before, that there's a set of rules for one group and then not for the second group. We have to be consistent. And if it was done wrong before, we need to admit to that and figure out what happened. If this is the new process, I just need to have an explanation as to why we did not follow this process previously. That is a large amount of money if they acquired the property with that. And that would go in, I think we talked about the historical building in Bladenboro, somewhere over there in Bladenboro, that if they vacated the premises, then we would have that first opportunity, much like the county commissioners, first opportunity, I guess, to claim the property or to use it, things of that sort.
That was my understanding. I know that that was prior council before Barrington Smith that did that agreement. So obviously we weren't in the nuts and bolts of the legal side, and the board just approved. But I don't, without,
Right.
way we can get Ron in to look at it.
Well, so I'd say a couple things real quick. So there is an exception to fair market value when you're selling a piece of property.
Okay.
If the property is going to have an ongoing public school use. So there are some situations.
Is that K-12? Is it secondary?
K-12.
Or K-12. So Bladen
K-12.
Community College, that would be post-secondary. So that would fall outside of that.
On paper, it might. There are times where we have had deals where boards have transferred property, but they have reserved within the deed the ability to use the property for public school purposes. Sometimes we've had an old school site and the town and the cities agreed to come in and fix it up, and after they fixed it, they're going to make various parts of it available to the school system to use in its refurbished form. That could provide an exception to the requirement to get fair market value. So, but that would, when we do those deals, it needs to be very clearly spelled out that the school system has that ongoing K-12 use of the property going forward.
That's very, very informative. So, Rod, to go in and dive a little deeper, I hope you
Okay.
don't mind me calling you Rod.
No, not at
to-
all. I've
to-
been called way worse.
Okay. And I've said much worse. So with that in mind, if I contacted just me personally or
Okay.
anyone, they could actually go and contact the North Carolina Department of Non-Public Instruction and ask to be a school outside. It can be a K-12 school. I think there is inspection for the facility, so there's something with the fire marshal, and then there's an environmental inspection, so anyone could do this, and they would still fall under that threshold of being K-12, and then they're able to acquire the property based on what you said below the fair market value.
I'm not sure I followed all of the prongs in your
So what I'm saying
question.
is if an educational entity, if they apply for licensure through the North Carolina Department of Non-Public Instruction, and they service K-12, then that would give them, they would actually be able to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that entity would be, but yeah, if there were.
Well, it could be any. I mean, you can go in and start. I could go now and apply for a licensure to offer courses.
Right, so, okay, I'm glad you said that. So there are a couple of caveats to what I said. I'm glad you clarified that. So the ability to sell the property directly to another entity without doing an upset bid, as Sharon described, or an auction, as she described, or sealed bids, as she described, it has to be another governmental unit, right? So the statute is 168-274, and it's got to be another governmental unit. So typically, that's why you see these deals being with, the county's not a great example because they get the right of first refusal, but with cities, towns, fire districts, other public entities. So like a charter school is not a public entity for which you could sell it directly to a charter. I'm just using charter schools.
Right.
So you can't sell it directly to a charter school. So for a charter school to get the property from the school system, they would have to go through the upset bid process, sealed bids, or the auction that she described. But for, if you wanted to sell it to the town of Elizabethtown, or I don't know what's located, but whatever town that is, you could sell it directly to that entity because that's a separate exception within the bidding statutes that would allow, well, within the disposal statutes that would allow you to do that.
So the government entity, let's say for instance, if they bid it substantially below the fair market value, then that would be their property to do so whether with their
So-
choosing as long as it's K-8, I'm at K-12.
So, if it's a governmental entity and you sell it directly to them without going through the upset bid process, without going through that, right, then you have to get fair market value. And deciding what is a fair value is a little quirky at times. You know, sometimes people get it appraised, sometimes it just passes the smell test. We all kind of know what it's worth, and you get paid that amount. You know, sometimes it just depends. But if it's a governmental entity, you can sell it directly to them. Anybody else, you're going to have to run it through one of these processes, and that process is doomed to decide what fair market value is. So let's say you believe the property to be worth $500,000 or $400,000, whatever you said. You know, citizen A walks in and says, "I'll give you $10,000 for it." You know, you don't necessarily think it's worth 10, but you run it through the upset bid process and nobody bids higher than 10, then you can sell it for 10. And one of the reasons why we recommend that you have a minimum bid is so that you don't run the risk of thinking that people are going to bid it up. I mean, your highest bid is $10,000, and then you're kind of in a quandary. You're not required to sell it for the 10 just because you started the process. You can still decide not to, but you don't really want to put yourself in the public through all of that exercise if you're not going to accept the bid that you start with. So theoretically, as Sharon described, staff would bring you something in that they believe to be a number that they're recommending that the board accept to start the process if it's to the regular public. If it's a public body, it can be a negotiated amount, and just would need it to be a fair number.
Are those restrictions still in place for a lease if there's a lease option for the property versus disposal
Sure, you're
completely?
free to lease the
To
property.
anyone? Are those requirements?
You can lease it to anybody as long as the lease is 10 years or less. The way the statute reads is that any lease of 10 years or more, you have to treat it like a sale of property, at least in terms of how you dispose of it. So then you end up in all of those same rules. So if, let's say you wanted to lease something to somebody for 15 years, just to pick a number, then you would still have to do upset bids, auction, sealed bids to do that lease. The exception to that was legislature changed the statute recently to allow cell tower leases can be 25 years now, and renewable energy leases like, solar panels. Those can be 25 years now. Everything else is capped at 10 years.
Okay.
Can you, no, you cannot give it back to the county. The county has to purchase it back, even though this is a little quirk in the statute. Well, it's not really a statute, it's the Constitution. Even though, North Carolina Constitution, even though the county paid for it the first time, more than likely, and built the school on it, more than likely, if the county wants the property, if they want to exercise their right of first refusal, they have to pay you fair market value for it.
If we lease it, we'd still be accountable though,
The
correct?
the downside to leasing, as the lawyer, we are not a huge fan of you leasing the property to somebody else, because no matter how great a contract or a lease Sharon drafts, you still are likely to get drugged in a litigation if somebody gets hurt on the property or whatever, because you're going to get to the deep pocket. It doesn't
Deeper
mean that,
pockets,
it doesn't mean that you'll be found liable, but it means
Right.
certainly you're likely to get drugged and do some
But,
litigation.
so, in the instance that if we do explore leasing the property, we talked about the insurance and some of those other things, general liability insurance, some of those things, and maybe an event or some of that. Could that not be constructed, because most of the times the leases protect the landlord or the leaser versus the leasee, and so we can kind of go and construct that based on what meets our needs, and so we don't have that financial risk. And it may be something in there to say that we're relieved of any financial responsibility in the event that die. Not to say they can't sue, because you can do what you want, but it may not be something. It may cost a lot more money for them to do that than what they may gain from it. So
Yeah, so you have two issues with leases. One, yes, Sharon can draft you the best lease you've ever seen, super protecting your interests, blah, blah, blah. But again, there's no guarantee that, someone won't sue you or that you won't be found liable for having not done whatever. But we certainly can do our best. The other real issue that people run into with leases, especially old school buildings, is that people who want to invest money in that building, they need to borrow money often, right? And the banks won't loan you money on a 10-year lease, right? They're going to want, put just like your house. They want to be able to come and get it. They don't want to just they don't need a 10-year lease interest when you owe them $1 million. So that becomes a problem. It becomes a practical problem for people who buy or who are trying to lease a school site that they're going to want to spend some money on, unless they just got the cash to spend it.
or there may be a board that has credit, or a company that has credit and they're able to go and loan.
Right,
and
but
not
if
have
they
any
need to borrow
collateral
money,
for
it
that. So
typically isn't wrong.
That's a way to explore
Yeah,
it.
yeah, they've got
It's
cash,
not
yeah,
the-
yeah,
Right.
yeah, absolutely.
Would it make sense to, consult with a real estate agent to run comps, just to kind of see what the comps would be?
Yeah, so like, let's say the board has decided we'd like to sell the property. I mean, the easiest first simple option is to put a for sale sign out there for 60, 90 days and just see who calls the superintendent's office about buying it, right? Do that for a little bit of time. And then again, if you get an offer in, then you can decide whether it seems reasonable or not to start the process. Let's say somebody offers you I mean, we've had upset bids, and Sharon could probably speak some of this, we've had them go like 18 rounds, right? So people just keep bidding and bidding and bidding and bidding, and the number, you start off at a little number, but by the time you're done, it's a big number. And we've had some where you put the number out there, and nobody gives an upset, right? So I always tell people, don't assume you're gonna get multiple upsets. But, I mean, you could just start with a for sale sign, see if there's any interest that way. And then the next step that we've seen people do successfully is to hire a realtor. They have the realtor market it just like any other realtor would market a piece of commercial property. And the only thing that we put in those agreements is that if the realtor brings you a purchaser, a proposed purchaser, that offer, whatever it is, has to then go through the upset bid process. Right? So they bring you somebody in and says you'll pay $300,000 for a piece of property. They know when they make the offer to the realtor and when they bring it to you, that you will then take the $300,000 offer and run it through the upset bid process. It may be 1 10-day notice, as Sharon described, or it may be 20, but then that's the process. And if the realtor, if the realtor brings you a number that you don't like, then you just say never mind. Again, you don't have to start the process just because the realtor brings you a number. And theoretically, with a realtor, you would kind of tell them what the minimum is you'd like to see, just like you would try to give the superintendent some idea of what a minimum number looks for something.
Okay, so I think someone mentioned about contacting a realtor to ask for comps and to see what similar building. Now, correct me, I may not be the sharpest knife, but I thought it was common sense that whenever someone asked for comps, then that was a part of the appraisal process.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes boards or a board member or the superintendent may have a friendly realtor in the community that they know, and they can say, can you give me a back of the envelope guesstimate of what this thing's worth, just so we'll have a sense of it. If you were looking to get a real appraisal, then yeah, you would hire an appraiser who would then do that. Yes, that's what Sharon was discussing, hiring an appraiser. And we've had systems that do that. Now, again, if you're going to use, the primary time to use the appraiser, what she was describing, is if you're going to sell it directly to somebody under one of those exceptions, right? I mean, if you're going to, you don't necessarily need an appraiser to go through the upset bid process unless you really don't have any idea what it's worth, right? And that you may then want to go ahead and have it appraised just so you'll know where you want to start the bid. Because if you have no sense of what it's worth, then yeah, you get a professional to help you figure out what it's worth.
It's not like you see school buildings vacant every day that are for sale, so the logical thing would be to actually have an understanding of what the value is, or at least have some type of idea. Otherwise, you're going into it blind. I may have sentimental value. I went to school there, and I think it's worth $1 million, but in reality, it may be worth substantially lower than that amount. So I think an appraisal needs to take place, just that way you have a starting point. And so they can actually go and look at the building. It may be some old pipes, some legs, some other things that may be in place that may devalue the property in the way that we think. So we may start with $500,000, and all of a sudden, because of all these other problematic areas, it may be $300,000 less than what we originally thought that it would be. And so that would be necessary to have some type of appraisal, so that way we know where to start.
Right. So if you were going to do sealed bids, for sure, you would want to have some kind of a minimum number for sealed bids. If you were going to do an auction, you're actually required to have a minimum starting price for the auction. What people often have to keep in mind is that old school sites are typically not as attractive a purchase as you may think, because they've got asbestos, they've got this, they've got lead paint, they've got all this stuff, and a lot of times by the time the school system's ready to sell it, it's not necessarily the most attractive piece of property. So the question is, if you're going to put a for sale sign out in front of it, for instance, do you need to incur the cost of an appraiser to just put the for sale sign out, or do you wait and see if somebody comes in and makes an offer that seems reasonable to you? Because again, the property's ultimately worth what somebody's gonna pay you for, right? It doesn't matter what the appraiser says it's worth, it's who in the community, typically in the community, is gonna pay you X amount for it. So you might think it's worth $3 million, but if nobody's willing to give you but $150,000, then it's worth $150,000 at least at the moment.
So, Rod, with that, if it has equipment, would that actually go into surplus with the state? I mean, that it will be sold as state surplus, or how does that, or is that a part of the actual building cafeteria equipment?
It depends. We've had school systems say that the building's for sale, except we're not selling the lot sets. Like, let's say it's got all the lots in it that you use throughout the district, and your maintenance people are like, no, we want these lots, you know, so you're like, we're gonna remove the lots, we're gonna remove the HVAC equipment, we're gonna remove X, Y, and Z. I mean, they're often, some owners will go through and scavenge their own property before they sell it, and when Sharon does the notice, it would say, except the following items are not for sale. It's not been, now, it otherwise is as is, but if you've taken some stuff away, it's as is minus what we're keeping, right? It's as is. So yeah, it may not have an air conditioning system that works when you buy it, because we're gonna take it. Correct. And the other thing that Sharon, you know, would say about tax, the tax value is only as good as they keep it accurate, because unlike non-public property, the tax assessors over time do not necessarily spend as much time assessing public property because it's not on the tax rolls, right? So the value that they place on it may be artificially high or low, depending on when they last assessed it and how seriously they took it, just because it's not on the tax rolls. Well, you wouldn't as a public body, because you're not paying taxes anyway. So you don't care if they call it worth $25 million because you're not getting a tax bill. But if you're a private citizen and they put $25 million on it, you will be running down there saying, no, it's not worth that. Right. It's always higher than you think it's worth. I know mine is. I'd sell it tomorrow if I could get that price for it.
So do you guys wanna make a decision tonight, or we wanna table it? What's the pleasure of the board?
I mean, again, putting a for sale sign out there is simple, easy, and you can see what happens in 60 days. If nothing happens, then you can think about it further. But that doesn't hurt you, at least without somebody's interest.
So, make a motion to, put a sign, for sale sign in front of Plainview. We got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signify by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carries. 9.3, approval of 2026-27 local budget request. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, and board members. As you recall, we are at that time for the 26-27 local budget request. I know we talked about several things, obviously non-capital, that would be a part of that. I did not get any additional feedback. Since our last meeting, we shared those items, and for time's sake, those have remained the same. That was listed on those for the local budget. One thing that we did is we went through and tried to do the dollar amounts. Some of those were actual that were based upon where we are is divided by the coding and structural services all the way through. And so it actually, what we're looking at, if we were to get everything we had asked for in that list, and we shared the list on the local budget side in board docs with you all. This thing, that's the downside, it closes out. Give me 1 second. And so that included those similar things like the pre-K bonus. It also included the recruitment retention. Let me pull it back up here. It has the assistant principal, the reinstatement of the coaching supplements that are non-recurring, additional teacher assistants, increase in salary and benefits for local employees, operational costs with fuel. And so the $450,000 addition to support the Students with Special Needs program when there's been a shortfall there. We've talked about that percentage already. And so those remain similar items that are listed. Again, this is not capital outlay, this is just local budget. What would have to happen is for you all to approve the request for next year. I would be required to write a budget message supporting that. We already talked earlier tonight about me adding something in there specific to the SROs. I can talk about the impact of charter, what comes off the top. I could actually take current ADM, potentially this additional request to show what would come off the top with that. And so I'm also going to be pooling, I want to send these to you. I've got to get them together. I'm going to give you the letters of approval that the county has given us for the last 4 to 5 years versus what we have actually requested, and you'll see that we have not in any time received what we've asked for in entirety. But I think that's important, and I think it's part of the conversation, even in the budget message, to show these have been growing needs along the way. And so what I'm asking you all for tonight is to approve the local budget request. The county has asked for these, and then we'll have an opportunity, Ms. Brown and I, potentially a new finance officer, to be able to do a presentation for the commissioners and make that part of the request. Ms. Brody, got a question?
Mr. Rowe?
Yes, on here, I see you got, the gym lobby area. Is that auditorium that we talking about there?
No, sir, this is none of that's capital outlay. This is just for, the current expense budget.
Oh,
So that's none of those projects. And actually, we don't have, all we do is they give, that's based off sales tax refunds. They just give us that amount every year. We don't have to turn in anything. Only thing it requires for is when we have to do projects, they do ask us to, obviously go down. It's our money, but because of things in the years past, we have to go down, tell them what we've done, and ask for them to approve the list of things we can actually approve ourselves. But, and so that's kind of the process there. This is just for that fund to the current expense. And so you're looking at a net of the request being an additional $2.142 million and some additional $564.86. And so that total budget request is $11,315,041.41. And so we're asking the board to approve us submitting to the county commissioners our request of that dollar amount for the 26-27 school year for current expense.
So Jason, are we gonna meet with those guys before you do this?
Well, no, sir. They're going to come and talk about shared goals, but our joint meeting, they will not do anything with the budget. Then they've got to have certain hearings and things for the budget. I know we typically go down and share, and we'll obviously let you all know when that is. Typically, where they just put us on their agenda, usually toward the end of April or May, to kind of share some things that we've got in the current expense and why we're where we are. And typically, that's what we do. Usually, historically, we've never been given what we've asked. It's usually some of, but it's not to say that in that meeting on the shared goals, we could, if the questions came up, we could share. This is why we're having to ask for more. Because that may come up in conversation, because they want to talk about shared goals, and working together. So it might open that door to have that conversation, plus us doing the presentation in one of their meetings too.
Give me that number again, Jason.
It is, the total budget request will be $11,315,041.41. And so that is, last year's, our actual from the county this year was $9,172,476.55. That was the actual what they approved for 5-6. Now, what we have to kind of watch on, because last year we had to ask clarifying. First, I think the first letter we got had everything thrown in one. We said, no, your SRO allocation was separate, so we need to itemize. Then we found out that, how much they actually increased was really just the 50,000. Those coaches supplements, that one-time money. But that's why I want to go back and pull those letters, if we can get them all for the last 4 years so you all can see. And I think we can probably pull what we've asked, what they've given us for the last 4 years, so we can kind of see the pattern that's there. But I also believe in that philosophy, you have not because you ask not. And so we need to put out there what we feel like our true need is. And so that's kind of what got it. And again, I think it's reasonable. You're looking at a 5% increase in some areas. Some are actual dollar amounts. Some of the allotments we get are dollar. But you're looking, for the most part, in most areas, a 5% increase across the board from the previous year of what they gave us.
All right, so Dr. Atkinson, as we're looking at this, a couple of questions. I think, do you think that it's possible that the commissioners have problems with what we're asking and justifying that? Because I look at this and I see coaching supplements, which we were just awarded $50,000. Now they're going to ask for an additional $50,000 to keep that going. I don't know if that's, to me, I don't know if that's necessarily a priority. I'm sorry. Right, it was a one-time thing. And that's
Yeah, they
what
only gave
agreed
one
to.
time. It wasn't recurring,
Right.
so that's
Right.
kind of what we're trying to want to establish it to be a recurring.
Would that be based on our shortfall and some of the other things? Would that be a priority? Are we able to move that for another year? And then the other thing is, I think we discussed, and it may be under the supplemental funds for exceptional children's program, but I specifically asked some time ago, and it was in another document that you sent. There was, what was it, the pre-K, exceptional children's pre-K teachers or something they were not given.
That's on
either
there, the supplemental funds for pre-K at
So that would fall
45,000.
under that category. I just
That
wanted to be sure
matches,
that-
that would match what would be in the state funding that was given to the other ones for this year. And so that dollar amount changes every year based on tax base.
Okay, got you. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's at
that-
the bottom. Mhm.
Okay.
We
So that's-
itemized that separately so we could tell them that this group of teachers didn't receive that state bonus that the others did.
And that
That's
would be a
fine.
reoccurring thing. It won't
Right,
be a
and
one.
that would be, everything we want on here is what we're trying to get to it to be a reoccurring. And honestly, a lot of this too fills in some gap. And so, the reason why we just listed, we had that before, but at first we thought it was gonna be, that was something they're gonna give us every year. Then we found out from county finance that no, that needs to be a one-time allocation. And so that was in the original, that request for that 25-26 school year. So we carried it over, and what ended up happening, I think folks ended up getting, $250, $300. We went spread out across the board. It weren't much at all. But, it's just one of many things. We could always adjust, and because we know they're not going to, it would be a miracle and thankful for it. We know they're not going to give us the full request. Then we prioritize by what we were given, what's going to be the main things we're going to focus on.
So
This
once
was
we're
kind of-
awarded, then we'll make the priority
Right,
list
we can
of
decide
how to
then,
disperse.
yes. So what will happen, the new finance officer, once we get a dollar amount from the county, they'll be charged with, itemizing that out based on the discussions that we had. That's kind of what that first document, that's kind of a large area, those groups like instructional services, that kind of thing. That's just large groups. You have a lot of things that can occur in between those. There's flexibility. What they give us is the dollar amount, unless we spell out something specifically. Like SROs was one of those that they put out specifically. And so that is one of those things that, we have flexibility in that. So we could drive this is just the ask. We get to come back and develop an actual local budget that the finance officer will lay out. You all will approve as our actual initial budget once we get funding. So we do get the county funding shortly after July, so that's a pretty fast one. And so what y'all usually approve for us in June is a continuation budget. We have not met in July, obviously, so in August, we would have a layout of a local budget within the confines of the dollar amount they gave us.
Thank you, sir. Can we get a motion on the floor to approve the 2026 Bladen County School proposed local budget? I have a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. 9.4, approval of metal roofing, painting, Mr. Lennon.
Approved. Approved, whatever you say, Mr. Lennon. 9.5.
Actually, this first one, is about the metal roof, and, Mr. Edwards asked me to look again for another, try to get a cheaper, better roof system at Bladen Middle, so this one came up, it's the silicone, thank you, the silicone metal, roof restoration. He gave two options, you can get a 10-year or 15-year warranty with it. The 10-year and the standard light gray color roof is $132,000 and some dollars. 15, it goes up to 161. You can go with a premium color like Blamer roof was blue, which it goes up a little bit different. It goes up to 144 to 174 with the 15,000-year warranty with it. 15-year warranty with it. So that's the options. I'm just asking to move forward with it on whichever one y'all want to do. Now, based on the color, if I had a choice, I would probably go with that silver, because that blue, I can't tell you in 10 years is going to be back patchy like it is now. Different color, faded out. I don't know. I think the silver will be a base color, and it's cheaper. I'm asking to move forward with this to the gentleman of the board.
I want to say something about the silver color, but I don't want to say, I don't want to put the wrong squirrel up the tree. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Y'all decision.
Mr. Lennon ain't going to say.
It's y'all decision.
If you say, I'm fine there.
No, I mean, I'm just scared. That's just my opinion. If you do the color in it, if you do the blue in it, what's going, I can't guarantee. Well, you got 10 years, I guess, though. So if you want to
Sometimes that kind of looks like a UFO with just the silver. Is it gray or is it silver like
says
the?
gray,
This one didn't have a 15.
like a
You can
light
probably,
gray.
would you be able to see the reflection of the sun off that thing whenever?
You probably could. I don't know.
It wasn't.
I mean, if they gonna give you a warranty with the blue, if y'all decide to go with the amount for the 10-year, hey, you got 10 years on it.
Yeah.
It's in writing, I have to fix it, so.
We get a motion on the floor to,
I put a motion on the floor to go with the blue roof.
blue roof.
The metal, Mr. Davis, the metal that they got is gonna be the one that's over there now. I don't know what gauge it is. This is a seal metal roof restoration.
We got got a second on the floor. Any discussion
Yeah.
for the blue?
Mr. Lennon, you did say your recommendation was for silver.
Well, I guess, yeah, I would, but looking at.
Thank you. Thank you. We thank you.
10-year though, it can be y'all choice. Either way, it's gonna be a 10-year.
But your recommendation was for silver. Thank you. Want to be sure that we trust people in their positions as we often said before.
No, blue goes with the school color.
Either way,
I'm going whatever thing
well,
they say.
it's $11,000 more, but you can get it in the blue. They're gonna charge you that much for the color. So you still gonna get the same warranty, whether it's blue, silver, green, gray.
Still gonna be 10 years.
10-year warranty.
Red, blue, and red.
But the blue just costs more. It costs about $12,000 more.
All those in favor by choosing the color of royal blue? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Opposed? Nay.
Motion carries. We
I
do,
voted with you, Mr. Lennon.
we do royal blue and 10-year,
Mark that down.
10-year royal blue. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Wow, I'm up here being so late, 5 o'clock, come early, can I go ahead and do my other one, Chairman Singletary?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Had to be
Much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
That'd be 9.8, is that correct?
And you know what, Mr. Lennon, just because it's you, I won't ask that we make a vote to amend the actual agenda to move things around, since that's not what we actually voted for. But go ahead. I have somebody on my side. I gotta have somebody on my side. That's because I don't for enough feathers.
What this is the quotes for, Bladen Middle and Clarkton Middle. I had two so far, and if y'all need another one, I'll try to get another one. It's quotes for the AC in the gyms.
Let's get another one. The motor bill, I make a move to get another one.
You wanna get another one, and if y'all can put this back on the agenda for next board meeting, I'll try to have you another one. That way you get it.
Thank you, sir.
You said get another quote.
Yeah,
Okay.
the motor bill.
That's right. Supposed to get 3 anyway. Yeah, if you can find them.
I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing.
That's a great idea. I make a motion to move it to, move to next month, so, till we get so we can get a third bid on that, on the AC unit.
Got a second? Any more discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No,
No.
there's 2 to about 7. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Actually, it would be 6.
Yeah,
I got a question, but.
common sense.
I got a question.
It is. Action item 9.5, policy 3620. Extracurricular activities and student organizations. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary, this is a request to place this on the table. 3620 is the extracurricular activities and student organizations policy. This was a part of the spring 2024 custom policy updates. At that time, the board had approved policy 3620. In this current state does not allow homeschool students or any other entity that's not attending Bladen County schools to be a part of the athletic program. All I provided for you was a original copy of 3620 that has the 3 options. I know that one other point that had come out, there was some questions about, is that something that, and districts have done different things. Is that something that the district would want to reconsider potentially? But the other part of that we'd have to add in the policy presently is that our early college students do not participate now in sports. And so what has happened in other districts for early college is that they're allowed to try out at what would be their home base school if they do not have their own athletic program, and be able to compete and be able to try it. That means they're guaranteed a position, but be able to compete. And so this was a request to just put before you all to see if the board would be interested in making any changes on either side of that to allow. And there's 3 versions of that 3620. Ours currently does not allow. There's one that allows students students can have partial enrollment if they're also in a home school or another school. And then you could have students who are not attending, but if they did, you obviously they have to pay their own insurance and that kind of thing. So that was the 3 versions that the School Board Association had out previously. And then it does not address early college. So if that was something the board was interested, I know it's been tossed around a couple different times in various settings, that would have to be added. And so obviously, and it's under action items, not to necessarily decide one way or the other, but to be the board's pleasure. But anytime you do anything with kind of policy, we'd have to do it, especially if you had early college, it would have to be written in. And we know in accordance with board policy, any policy that we considered has to stay on the table unless the board uses authority to override its own policy. And so I was asked to bring this before you all to kind of get thoughts, direct administration, if you want us to look at a particular option, to potentially look at adding early college in there, whatever the board's pleasure. If we do make a change, we'd have to bring that back to you all for review. That was still on the table 30 days. And so that action, if you do anything, would be at a May board meeting if you stay consistent with policy. And so that's 3620. That would cover, it's more so the athletic side, but it covers any extracurricular activities or student organizations.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the option one, but I'd like to amend it to add the early college to it.
So there's I'm sorry.
I would also like to know what we would have to do to take it off the table to vote on it tonight, if possible.
What is, go ahead. I think there was some discussion before about having something on the table for one board meeting, and then you have to vote at the next board meeting or something that relates to a policy.
Ron?
When boards have this situation, the motion could include to waive the board's policy and to then have it basically approved on second reading tonight. So where boards do that is the motion would be to approve the policy as presented and to waive second reading. And then if the board approves a waiver of second reading, then its approval would be effective immediately. But that's, that can be one motion or it can be two motions, where you would approve it and then you would waive second reading as a second motion. But normally it's presented with a waiver of second reading when it's being proposed that way. It could be voted down, but, that's the way the motion is historically made.
So I need to amend the policy, the option one, and then waive the second.
And that's to waive second reading. Yeah, all is one motion. That can certainly be one motion.
Well, that would be my motion.
So there's a motion on the floor to adopt option one and amend to waive plus early college,
To
add early college,
and then waive the second reading.
waive the second reading.
That is an acceptable motion.
All those in favor,
You need a second.
I got a second. Any discussion?
So I just want to be sure that we're saying that they're just going to leave it the way it is, just add early college to it.
Correct.
So, and we're waiving, if it passes tonight, then that's it. We don't have to go back and revisit this.
Now, option one is, it does have where homeschool students could participate. They would have to provide their own insurance and that kind of thing. That's all that they would, and I think it's catastrophic insurance. I have to zoom in a little bit. And the primary residence has to be in the system, and it has to be in the attendance zone of that school. They couldn't just say, I live in, I guess, Tar Heel, and I want to go
East
to
Bladen.
East Bladen. So but they would have to also carry, they would have to, one, based on this, and this was a school board association draft from '24, it has the insurance requirement. They must notify the principal of that assigned school in writing of their intent to try out 10 days before the very first practice of that season. If they do not do that, they become ineligible, and that's consistent with North Carolina High School Athletic Association guidelines. Early college, that would not apply to them. They would fall under our insurance automatically. So that part would just be where it would be stated, early college students will participate. That's the added addition to the policy would be the early college students could participate at their home-based school or try out to participate in their home-based school.
Thank you, sir.
We would have to write that part out. I guess we need to get that approved separately, or with just that language that we said tonight.
To just add the
Early college. Yeah.
Yeah, in a perfect world, we would maybe agree upon what the language is, how it would read as added in.
And could we bring it back and then if the
Well,
board
no, we
approves
can do
those?
it now.
Okay.
Let's get back to it here for a second.
Okay. It's,
What did I do with it? I had it open a minute ago.
scroll down here. Come on up a little bit. The agenda's at the bottom down here. It's got links.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just had it. Oh, that's what I was
It
looking
closes
for.
out every time you,
Oh, that's what happened. All right, so it's,
You
this one
graduated from
here.
Nova School.
that's it, draft with options. So that's the one the School Board Association had, they had an A, option 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I had to zoom in too, it's very small.
All right. So you would say any homeschool student or early college student? Okay, yeah, that's pretty easy.
And we just need to put early college would not have to, would not have to provide the catastrophic insurance because that's provided by the district since they are students of record.
Right.
Where is that language?
That's not in there. We'd have to state that because, well, and I guess by default, they would be our students anyway.
That's right.
Right, wouldn't they?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just say early college may participate.
So we've had a second in discussion. All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carries.
Where's the catastrophic?
Action item 9.6, proposed policy update procurement cars, Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, and board members. Currently, we do not have in our board policy 3525, which is the policy on credit cards, there is not a provision in that policy for procurement cards. And so what we're asking you to consider for review, obviously consistent with policy, is the additional language that is added. I did consult the School Board Association. They had shared that other systems can put this procurement card information in a couple different places. It makes sense to do credit card because that procurement card does carry a credit card logo. What you'll see throughout the policy is where it says credit card and procurement card is added behind that. There is a special section that was shared with me from the School Board Association that could be a part of that. That talks about the school system procurement cards that are by designated officials to purchase equipment costing less than $2,500 unless it's the informal quote, so it could be more, but that's like, I can't go to Walmart to get something beyond that amount because unless it's an informal quote, which will be getting quotes for items. Those cards do generate typically revenue. I think the auditor actually mentioned that earlier. It says the same requirements for state law and board policy are applicable in that they cannot divide the policy, and we have to provide regulations for that, which we'll do. And it says that just as the credit card, it gives the superintendent the authority to designate those department heads or school officials that will be issued that card. We already had that in place already for the credit card. That's the way it's supposed to be. And so that would be consistent with the same thing on the procurement card as well. And it says it must be for approved purchases. And it's consistent with the language for pretty much for the credit card. So what we're going to ask you to do tonight is we're not asking you to approve this tonight. We ask you if you'll consider placing on the table and bringing that back for review at the next board meeting in April for consideration of approval.
Can we get a motion on the board to place policy code 3525 credit card and procurement card uses on the table? Bring back the next meeting to discuss and approve.
If we could, just one thing, if we, the last paragraph, when it talks about P cards and all that, I'm very familiar with that process, but it's just whenever it says, I think probably the last sentence, personal use or unauthorized use of a school system procurement card, I shall result in, where am I at?
The revocation
listen,
card.
Hold on, wait. No, that's not the sentence. Anyway, God, maybe that. Anyway, I thought I had it highlighted, but okay, we'll dismiss that. But it was somewhere in here about disciplinary action.
Yes, at the bottom it said that personal use or unauthorized use of a school system procurement card
Revocation,
shall result in revocation
of the card
and-
may be subject to
right.
employee to disciplinary action, including termination. That was the part, and it was somewhere about, I had it printed out, but including termination, if we could add that into that, folks will know how serious. that
Yeah, we
this
could,
is.
we could add that. This, like I said, this was just came straight from what was shared with school, but I can add that into that, to say, may subject the employee to disciplinary action up to and including dismissal, legal action, and/or personal liability. We could add that in there. I can do that. And we could, when we bring that back next month, I'll send y'all a clean copy, and then next month, it'll be on the table with that, just a word difference, and then you all could determine if you want to approve that policy next month with additional language.
Replication of the card, employee display action, legal.
The card amount will be $2,500.
Yeah. I'm sorry, repeat that, Mr.
I was
Davis.
talking to him, sorry. You're saying that the card amount will be $2,500 per card?
It says that there'll be no purchase that would exceed 2,500 unless it went through the informal quote process. And so,
So
that-
once again, that card will have a limit of $2,500.
no, sir, the limits are set based on the program. I think, one thing, that I think the auditor gave that example a little earlier, but you would set the limit. It's just saying that a single purchase could not exceed that amount unless they went through the informal quotes.
Right,
That's what
right.
it is,
So
right.
I guess the question I'm asking is, what is the limit that we're looking, that we need to ensure is set on that card?
We could set that limit. It might be where maintenance might need more available credit versus elsewhere. And it could be changed anytime, depending upon the department's need.
I
Right.
totally understand that. 'Cause,
Right.
I mean, material is high, and I totally understand that, but, my concern is just, because, first of all, let me back up. How many cards do you think we're gonna have in the school district?
We
Of
would,
those type?
typically what happens in most districts, usually the principal has that for school. They have their own purchase orders. A school principal would have that, department head, would have that. That's typically where most of the time they fall. But districts have done different things. I wouldn't see going really beyond that. That only makes sense because that school would have one in the principal's name. And if it's maintenance, Benny would have one in his name. If it was transportation, I don't see it going beyond that, really. There would be no need because that person has to be the approver of purchases anyway.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, transportation director, the maintenance director, and you as well?
Right, I mean, yeah, it would be,
Nobody outside of that?
No, it would be like department heads. So if Ms. Brown
Okay.
for deputy superintendent,
Okay.
every department would have, just like every school would, but that would be just the name of, it would be in the name of that administrator.
Right.
Their bookkeeper would have to, like this, he talked about a reconciler, that bookkeeper would be the reconciler to make sure that, so that's what that would have to be. But, that would come, and honestly, this would be something that this needed to be in place. It should be in place before procurement cards are used.
Exactly.
And I'll address some matter in closed session regarding that more specifically.
I'm sure.
That has to be in place. And then, for me, number one, I've got a new finance officer coming. There has to be training for folks on how to use those and things. So it's not something we'd be looking at like doing next month. But the board needs to have policy that addresses who assigns them, that the superintendent will have authority to put, that training in place, the procedure in place, and, just like you would for the credit card, we can take a card away or have disciplinary action if it's not done appropriately.
I thank you for saying that, because I totally agree with you on that. The board needs to have a policy as to who assigns them. We even need to have a policy as to state what that card can and cannot be used for, and the amount that card can be used for, and what the process is for that.
And that would be some things that, I would have to develop
you
like
agree?
yes, I would have to develop like a manual, and I'd also bring that back. My intent was to bring when the policy came back, bring that and bring a copy of a proposed manual that would go along with that to outline the guidelines. That is considered like a regulation that would align with that policy.
And you say
for
the
you all.
state already has guidelines on this.
Well, it depends on who you go with. Like right now, we currently bank with Truist. And in some districts, I was talking with someone the other day, they have like Bank of America. But, it really comes back to, it pays back, rather the traditional credit card doesn't. You get rebates back on these, and some districts have actually gained positions, which is a good thing. It's a way to make money. It's just you gotta have the controls and everything in place. And so, I'd be tasked with developing like a procedures manual. I'd bring that back with this next month if you all look at, and we could adopt that as a part as well to go along with the policy as a regulation.
Yeah, I think that's, I would suggest that, I think that's a good thing, because we need to make sure that we don't have any issues going forward with those cards. And we really need to look at, I think the board really need to look at what those cards
the amounts those cards are gonna be set at, and how many we got in the actual district.
Right.
It's just not to micromanage you or anything like that, but at the end of the day, we are responsible for every nickel and dime.
Right, and, and with that being said, if the board has that authority, designated as a credit card, like you said, there shouldn't be a credit card that I'm not aware of, or vice versa, like you stated.
Right,
so,
exactly.
mhm.
Have we had any issues with those cards in the past? I thought so. Thank you, sir.
I would
Yes, sir.
assume that we'd have PIN numbers associated with each of those cards as well. That way you
Yeah.
could identify who used it, what used it.
Right,
that
yes,
other
sir.
one. Yep.
And they have to reconcile those monthly. I mean, it's actually a little more in-depth than just a general credit card, because you have to have a purchase order cut to that card, everything, all those things have to be done and paid accordingly. But there'll be some things we have to work through. Obviously, again, not looking to put anything in to a new finance officer place, and want it done the right way with the training and everything. we're doing.
What I've also seen in the past, I've also seen where the bank even requires that there be something put in writing, some type of agreement, so that the person can never say, well, I didn't know.
Right.
The bank will require them to, the entity to put that in writing, and they sign it. And I don't know if the bank will receive a copy of it, but at the same time, because it covers them as well, because if something's overspent, then the first thing we want to do is go back to the bank and try to make them make it
Right.
right, and they ain't doing that.
Right, part of
So
that procedure.
I suggest that we
right.
put something in writing and have everyone that's got a card sign that.
Right, and that was the intent, we definitely would do that they would have to have the training, sign off, they read, understand the parameters of the program, and that card could be revoked at any time.
Okay, so let's get a motion on the floor to table it to the next meeting. So
Well,
we can-
yeah, that's right, yeah. Put it on the table.
Motion to table 9.6.
Got need a second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carried. 9.7, proposed clerical change, policy 2230.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, Board members. And this is just a recommendation to look at the names of the committees. It would not change the structure of the committee. But I know some of these names get long whenever you're doing a posting, because it's like facility, security, safety. And so I'm just recommending that we rename them to kind of align and be a more succinct name. For example, facilities, transportation, cafeteria, safety, security become an auxiliary services committee. Student services, steps chair would just fall under student services, and curriculum would be academic services. And so I'm just asking you to consider on the table tonight that only change this policy would be just to rename those committees to be more succinct. Doesn't change the structure, doesn't change what they do. It just, it actually helps more succinctly describe that committee. And whenever you're doing the announcements and things, it makes it more direct and clear. We could always specify under that what those areas are, which is part of that policy, but just the actual names of the three standing committees. And so I think it just, in my opinion, I think it would read better, be a little easier. Correct, and that's my recommendation, that you all would consider that. We don't have to vote on it tonight, place it on the table. That's the only change to this policy, is the recommendation to rename those three committees.
Do we
Can we
want-
make a recommendation to actually waive a second reading and scratch, since I made such a stink before? I'm not waiving the policy. Scratch, that's okay. Just discard.
I mean, it wouldn't take but 2 seconds.
No, I just don't want to do it. I don't like waiving policies and doing that other stuff. I said it before, I'm gonna leave it as it is, scratch that. Somebody else wants to do it, then.
Anybody
No.
else want to waive it? And just carry, it's just wording. Anybody want to put a motion on the floor?
Make a motion to do exactly what Dr. Atkinson has suggested.
We got a motion on the floor to change the language, to update it, and waive the current policy. Is that correct?
The motion can include waiver of second reading for a change like this if the board is so
Second
inclined.
reading, yes.
I mean, if
Oh,
that
okay,
was the
okay,
motion.
I'm withdrawing, because now I'm getting no. I'm withdrawing my motion.
You want a motion to put on the table is what you were saying for next month, right?
Yeah.
If he don't like
That's what I thought I was saying. I don't know why y'all want.
No, I was just saying it could include, I mean.
I mean, it's a simple language change.
Yeah, we don't need to change the motion, though. The motion is what it says. Put it on the table for next month.
Well, we gotta finish this one first.
Okay, I'm done. We gonna be all night.
So, there's a motion on the floor to, make the clerical change and waive the second reading.
Who made that motion?
You did, actually. God almighty. I mean, it's out there if you guys, or we don't vote. If there's no motion, say again. I ain't got the first, so move yet. All right. So get a motion on the floor to table, policy code 2230 to the next board meeting for, clerical change. I got a so move. I got a second. Any discussion?
Can
All-
I'm just not sure I know what that motion means, and I'm sure you guys do this a lot and you follow it. Is this approving it for first reading and bringing it back, or is this punting it to a totally different meeting and it still will then require 2 more votes? You're putting it on the table?
On the table, yeah,
Okay.
that's what this motion is, to bring it
Just
back
wanna
to
make
the next
sure.
meeting. Yes,
For
sir.
I
action.
just want to make sure. All right.
All those in favor by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carried. Are we at the closed session? All right, we get a motion on the floor for the board to convene in a closed session to prevent disclosure of confidential information pursuant to GS 143, 318, 11, 15, and 6, GS 115, C 319, and to consult with the board attorney, preserve attorney-client privilege pursuant to GS 143, 318, 11, 3. Can I get a motion? I got a so move. And I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by saying aye. All opposed. Back in open session.
30 seconds, I'm done. I'm good, I promise, I'm 30 seconds. No, it's only.
All right. So this time we request the approval of the personnel action items as presented, please.
Can I get a motion on the floor to approve personnel action items? Already done that, sir. Can I get a motion on the floor to approve personnel action items? Got a second? Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All opposed. Action 12, board member comment.
Just one thing, really, really quick. I'm done. I want to, whenever we get the agenda draft, is it possible that we can ask questions or submit questions during that time? Because it's after 11 o'clock, and and I'm probably the last person that needs to be talking about this, but this is getting out of hand standing here so long. This has gone too far. We got to bring this to an end. And he just looked at me. I'm sorry. Yeah, we got to bring this to an end. I mean, like,
That
come
would
on.
help.
I mean, that's it. That's why we need to either ask the questions ahead or something else needs to be done.
Yeah, that
But
would
we
help.
can-
One thing board attorney suggested was something we're going to talk about, putting as a cover sheet about a recommended action, that kind of thing, to help us expedite that maybe. So we're going to talk some this week about some things we can do. But yeah, I think if we can work on that, we can keep things moving.
Well, I sent I sent text messages last week and asked if anybody had anything. I got I'm good. I got a phone call, a response, and I got no message. And then I got different things from everybody else. So I try to do that so everybody's got some say. So at least if we got something or you need to call, you can call and we can figure it out so we can get it where it needs to be. So I'm all about it, but you got to communicate. If you've had a phone number change, please provide that, because I get some response, I get no response. I have no idea if your number's changed. So if you could send an email out if you had a number change, that'd be wonderful. So anybody else? Everybody good?
I would like to be added to the leadership committee, special leadership committee, because we only have one board member on that. I think in the absence of one board member, the other one could be allowed here.
What is that now?
Leadership committee. I think we need two board members, as we already stated, on every committee, and that's the only committee we don't have two board members on. That would be the one that you're on, Mr. Mack.
Well, that was because that was the one with is it Miss Whitesmith? Is that the one? Strategic planning.
Oh, yeah, we've got, who has that one? Trying to think who has that one. Oh, yeah, we have, because we have 9, there's 2 on each and then the one.
We only have one, that's the one I would like to be added to that committee.
Yeah, I think you're with you're Miss Brown right now.
I think him and Mr. Russ fall on my committee.
Yeah.
Mr. Edwards, I'm sorry.
That's the difference. That's totally different from your community.
Yeah, we've got, there's five dimensions on there.
Because I think we explained there would be one committee that wouldn't have but one on it. I think that's what the language was.
I would like to be on that committee. Thank you so much.
Board chair comments. I was out at the work days, teacher work days, where we had the committees back at West Bladen week before last. It was on a Thursday. I sat through where they talked about where we're at as far as middle of the year data, and it was very encouraging to see where we were as a district. As schools, it was very informative to see what those numbers look like, and we have a great opportunity this year to see a huge lift, especially with growth. A lot of positive feedback on those sessions, back and forth from principals to administrators, teachers, the maintenance staff was there. There was some custodians there as well, traveled to each classroom, had conversation, talked about different things, which is where the school's going. The positive impacts that were made in those 2 days were huge. If you guys don't get out to see those things, you're missing out as far as what the teachers are doing and how impactful they are. So I just want to say thank you for that, Dr. Atkinson, getting that taken care of, get it set up. And the outcome of that will be huge for our kids and the faculty. It's a great day to talk to each other, learn from each other, and gain knowledge to improve in different settings. So that was a huge day. So I know I appreciate it. I'm sure the board does as well. Just thankful for everybody that's out there working hard. The fact that our sports teams have started up, seen a lot of positive there. Got early seasons, soccer, softball, track, baseball, tennis. I think we had some bowlers that went to the state. So I'm just overall impressed with what we're doing out there in schools, and thankful for what everybody does every day to make sure our children are safe and they're being educated at the levels that they're being educated at. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dr. Atkinson.
Chairman, Secretary, Board members, unless you all have an object, I think the weekly updates, I hope have been informative. And a lot of the things I'm going to share tonight are highlighted there. Unless you all object, I'm going to forego any additional updates if you all are fine with that, with the time.
Can I get a motion on the floor to adjourn?
I will say this before we adjourn. I know we got some deceased staff members within the district. I know everybody's aware of that. The female as well as Dr. Henry, looking forward to, I think we need to show support to those families at those proceedings. I know everybody's busy and everybody's got something probably on their agenda to do, me included. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna try my best to make way to attend those ceremonies if I can. I think it just really matter. None of us showed up.
Can I get a motion on the floor to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.